will seek to cover a few areas, and this will be the sub-themes: risk management, strategies for financial stability, interconnectedness of financial sector players, coordination and collaborations in financial sector crisis management. And he will be giving us a presentation that you will also be able to follow on the screens, and he will have about 40 minutes of that and then open it to the floor to give some questions. Just as we did it yesterday, help me catch up with my steps for the day. Just raise your hand once we get to the Q&A session. I will bring a mic to you. You can ask your question, and our speaker for the day is able to follow from Morocco. And I'd just like to introduce him formally, just so that we can have your attention based on the qualification and why he was placed for this particular session. And Mr. Mohammed Mahrouri has an extensive experience in deposit insurance, both conventional and Islamic banking supervision, as well as in the banking resolution. Mr. Mahrouri spent over 23 years at the Central Bank of Morocco, Bank Al Maghrib, as bank supervisor, and held various responsibilities in, off, and on-site supervision, systemic risks and financial stability, Islamic finance, deposit insurance, bank resolution, and macroprudential surveillance. Since July 2015, he was appointed as the head of banking resolution and studies at Morocco Deposit Insurance Corporation. Currently, he is the chair of the Islamic Deposit Insurance Technical Committee and members of the Reimbursement Technical Committee and CBTC. Mr. Mahrouri was a member of the IFSB working group to revise the IFSB standard on key elements in the supervisory review process of institutions offering Islamic financial services. Now, you have to know that it is quite a profile, if I have to take a moment there. He has also been active working with IFSB and IADI joint working group and participating in the development of the core principles of effective Islamic deposit insurance systems. He has worked with the IMF and the World Bank, as well as KfW, to provide technical assistance to some Arabic and French-speaking jurisdictions in banking supervision and deposit insurance. He has delivered many presentations on banking supervision, Islamic finance, bank resolution, and deposit insurance. Mr. Mahrouri holds degrees in finance and economics from the University of Hassan in Casablanca, the Institute de Commerce. My French is really not there, so he'll probably say it better. In Casablanca, Cardiff University, United Kingdom off campus, and General Counsel of Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions in Manama. Now, ladies and gentlemen, unless your profile also almost gets to page 2, please give a hand to our first presenter. And I'll now like to hand it over to Mr. Mohammed Mahrouri. You'll probably just clarify on the French institution. My French is a bit weak, but we are very pleased to have you as one of our presenters here, and you have our attention fully.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. The institution, it's called SKE, l'Institut Supérieur des Études de Commerce et de l'Entreprise, is located here in Casablanca, in Morocco. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm very, very happy to be with you. And also, I am really upset because I didn't make it, as you mentioned, because of I had some problems with visa and with my passport. But I will be happy to be with you in near future. And today I will present risk management, as you mentioned, risk management in connection with the financial stability, and also crisis preparedness and crisis management. So I will try to put the link between 3 areas. I mean, risk management and crisis management, and also coordination between safety net players. I will present all these areas in really in simple way, because I know that you invited participants from microfinance sector and also from banking sector, and also you have other participants. Let me now let me first to thank KDIC CEO, Mrs. Hanen. Thank you so much for your invitation, and also I would like to thank you, KDIC board members of board of director of KDIC, members of the board of directors of KDIC. And so let me just to say something about my presentation. So um, the first thing that I would like to mention here is that all my presentation, all information here, um, all details that I have here are based on IADI standards and also best practices. So let me first to introduce IADI. Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we do.
Oh, great, great. So as I mentioned, so we have three key areas to be discussed. And so risk management, collaboration and cooperation between financial safety net players, and also interconnection of financial sector. So the first thing that I would like to say is that I will mention during my presentation to, or let's say, I will refer to IADI. IADI is standard city body, International Association of Depot Insurance. It's our umbrella that issue standards regarding depot insurance and in some way also resolution process. So IADI is located in Basel in Switzerland. So IADI issued core principles. So in my presentation, I will refer to core principles. Core principles are international standards used by IMF, World Bank, and also by international community to implement and of course to improve depot insurance scheme. So so if you have any question about IADI, about core principles, just please to send by using the chat box, and we can discuss about IADI. So here, before, let's say before talking about risk management, I say that core principles, which are our standards that we use as depot insurers to implement and to improve and to work and to make our deposit insurance scheme more effective. So core principles as international standards were issued in 2009 by IADI and also by Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. And in 2010, IADI issued also a methodology that shows how to assess the compliance of IADI core principles. Based on the lessons learned from international financial crisis in 2008 and 9, IADI with other international partners revised the core principles in 2014, and now we have, besides the methodology, we have the handbook how to implement, how to assess the core principles. So this is something that I would like to focus in the beginning of my presentation, because as I said, I will use very often. So very briefly, what are the objectives of IADI core principles? In general, as I said, to improve the effectiveness of depot insurance. So in the IADI, we have a lot of features covered by core principles that we use to improve the effectiveness of depot insurance schemes. but also to be adaptable to a wide range countries, cities, and structures around the world, and also to mitigate more hazard. But the most important objective here is to enhance and to improve our work as depot insurers. So, risk management. Um, the first question that we can ask: what is the risk? So, according to IADI paper on risk management, so we have a paper, a standard guidelines on risk management issued by IADI. According to this IADI paper, a risk is the possibility that an uncertain event could affect the achievement of corporation's objectives. So there is a possibility, there is, let's say, a probability of an uncertain event that can affect, that can impact our work. By the way, we can have a positive risk and also a negative risk. So, but mostly we focus mostly on negative risks. So, a positive risk, if in the market, if the interest rates, for example, increase or decrease, so you can have an opportunity for your portfolio, for example, for in terms of investment activities. This is positive impact of risk, but usually we focus mostly on negative impact. So the risk is, there is a possibility, this is a probability, and this is why we should put in place a risk management framework to push the probability to be lower and to be ready to face any negative impact of this risk. Let me just so here, for example, a risk of fire. This is a risk of fire. This is probability that a risk event can occur. For instance, risk of fire. So here, what in the case of the occurrence of this risk, we should activate, we should put in place all tools, all measures, actions that we have in our risk management framework to, let's say, to mitigate the risk, to mitigate the impact of risk. This is in general the risk. Let me just to give you the key risk that deposit insurance corporations around the world are facing. So the big, or let's say the most important risk that we are facing as depot insurance corporations is the bank failure risk, and this is really a big risk. And this is a risk that a bank fails, so that depot insurer should intervene to reimburse or to activate the payout system or to reimburse depositors, but also if depot insurer has a large and extensive mandate to activate also the resolution process that will support to avoid any bank failure, or to work with other safety nets, for instance, the central bank, supervisory authority, or the resolution authority, to come up with a resolution option that can avoid any bank failure. So this is the big risk that we face as depositors. For instance, KDIC, as deposit insurer, is facing this risk, bank failure risk. We have another type of risk, the funding risk. That means just this is the potential gap between depot insurance fund available for interventions and the funds that are required to intervene, required to have an effective intervention. So just to example, if we are facing a bank which is in trouble, and we should be prepared to intervene. That means we should have all financial resources. If we don't have financial resources, we should go to the market, we should borrow from market, and so on. So just to avoid this gap between what we have and the funds and the financial resources that are required to intervene. Another risk, operational risk. So within this type of risk, operational risk, we have a lot of natures of risk. So let's say the risk that is potential losses resulting from inadequate or failed internal process. For example, if we have process and staff of depot insurance don't respect or don't comply with internal processes, this is the problem. That let's say from you as bankers, from microfinance institutions, you are required to send data to KDIC. Let's say this example. So within the KDIC, surely we have internal processes to handle data, to collect data, to analyze data. So if we have within the KDIC this process, but the staff, let's say, of KDIC don't or didn't comply with what is required in terms of internal process. So this is, can we have risk of errors, let's say risk of fraud or something like that. So this is a process. This is risk from processes. If we don't have also, for example, the IT system, a well IT system, appropriate IT system that can result a risk for to KDIC, for example. So also any external events like cyber risk attack. This is another risk. This is another operational risk, and so on. So these are the key risks that depot insurance around the world are facing, and how to face, how to mitigate these risks. So we have a lot of by the way, a lot of type of risk, but our rule as depot insurance and based on our risk management, we should identify the key risks and to start working to mitigate their impact. So let's focus on bank failure risk. If we have 2, 3, 4 bank failures, so this is risk, and this is why depot insurance agencies should deal with bank failures or bank fires and to be prepared. And this is why we are required to have risk management framework and to have price management framework and to have coordination framework with other safety nets. So these are the risks, and these are how to face, to manage, and to use what we have. So in terms of risk management system, usually we talk a lot about risk management framework or system. So the risk management system or framework is a mixture of rules, procedures, operation mechanism that first identify risk, assess risk, and to have real room to say that we master, we mitigate the impact of risk. So risk management system, all these procedures, all these tools, all these rules, including regulatory rules and also legal rules. So all these mechanisms or these rules, we put together all these rules to first identify. We should identify, and this is really our main task as depot insurance. We have to know our key risks, and then to assess them. And by assessment, that means we should assess the financial impact of the risk, reputation impact of the risk. Also, if we have any tool that can mitigate risk. Let's say the risk of bank failure. Bank failure risk is a big risk. So how to identify? This is our, let's say, our duty to identify this risk by receiving data from supervisory authority, or from the central bank, or from the resolution authority. It depends on the cities that we have in a jurisdiction, and then to start analyzing data information that we collect. And by data here, we can have quantitative data, we can have qualitative data, we can have, for example, writing system indicators, early warning indicators. All the information, all the data that we have, we should analyze and just say, oh, we see that some problems are coming from this bank, or from other bank, or from this microfinance institution. So we should identify that. And then, based on our mandate, our powers that we have, we can put in place the tools to mitigate this risk. By the way, in deposit insurer framework, we have 4 type of mandates. Mandate, that means the power, the role of deposit insurance. So we have the basic role of any deposit insurance, which is paybox. A paybox, that means deposit insurers that collect premiums from members, from banks, from microfinance institutions, and all premiums should be invested. But then the key function of paybox is to enforce depositors. This is really the basic function of deposit insurance. And we have paybox plus with some rules in terms of resolution power, for example, to provide financial support. And the third type of mandate is risk money, the loss minimizer. That means we have our voice in selecting a resolution option, and we can participate in the resolution process with other safety net players. And the fourth type of mandate is risk minimizer, like KDIC, depot insurers that have a very large powers, even to supervise banks and to take actions and to apply penalties and fines, etc., etc. So, based on the mandate that we have, so when we identify the bank failure risks, we should put in place the tools to read actions and measures based on our mandate, and then to start talking, to start discussing with other financial safety players. So, in terms of risk management framework or risk management system, as I mentioned, so we have here the mandate. So we should rely on our mandate, on our legal framework or regulatory framework. So if we are paybox or paybox plus or loss minimizer or risk minimizer, so this is really something that is very important as the basic of our our rule, our powers. And then the first step is to have an idea about the risk that we are facing. So we should identify risks. So and by identifying the risk, we can say that we have the first category of risk, which is most important for us and which will have a big impact on our work. So, and then let's say the second category of risk, and so on and so on. So we should identify the risk. How to identify the risk? So to collect data, to be careful about your environment, to discuss with your stakeholders, banks, with microfinance institutions, with the board of directors, with authorities, with Ministry of Finance, all stakeholders, all finance players. We should discuss and to make sure that the risk that we have identified are real risk for us as depositors, but for also the whole finance sector. And then we should assess risks. So, as I said, by assessment, so this is the big risk. We should assess the financial impact of the risk. Take an example of bank failure risk. A huge, really huge financial impact on deposit insurance agencies, because we will be required to have financial resources to start payout processes to report depositors, or to provide financial support to a troubled bank or troubled banks. So huge financial impact. By assessment, also we should be aware the reputational risk. That means the risk on our reputation as deposit insurer and as a member of financial safety net. So this is risk assessment, and then we can have really let's say not really big share of risk, but really a little risk that we can have as the result of our assessment. And then what we should take as measures, as action. This is risk response. So as I said, for bank failure risk, we should activate our crisis management plan. We should start coordination with other safety net. We should conduct before we should conduct simulation, just to make sure that we are ready to face this risk. This is risk response. So we have a lot of risk responses. So we can, for example, in terms of if we have a liquidity risk, we can take appropriate measure to mitigate liquidity risk, credit risk, for example, and so on. And then to put another layer in terms of control, we should control our risk. So by having reporting, we should have data, reporting, analysis, and discussion. This is risk. And by the way, this is the role of the board of directors, but also of staff of deposit insurance. So these are the pillars of risk management system. So according to IADI survey, usually IADI conducts surveys to collect data from IADI members to know more about their practices, about their experience, expertise, and so on. So regarding risk management, and according to the recent IADI survey, more than 60% of deposit insurance agencies implemented a formal risk management structure. That means this is something that is very, very, very important for us as deposit insurance. And again, as I said, the risk management system should be appropriate and adapted to the mandate of deposit insurance. So this is very important. So we cannot say, for example, Paybox or Paybox Plus implementing a risk management system which is complicated as a system. So we should take into account the size and of course the mandate of deposit insurers. So how, in terms of risk management system, how to achieve financial stability? How to say that our risk management will contribute to maintain the financial stability as deposit insurer. So to ensure financial stability, deposit insurance agencies should, as I said, should know when the risk impacting the banking resilience and financial stability. And here, very important pillar here is to start collaborating and coordinating with central bank, with supervisor authority, and with other safety net players. As I said, also to identify. We cannot say, oh, okay, we'll wait till to see the risk. No, we should identify. We should know our risk. We should assess them and manage them as a risk. And as I emphasize many times, to discuss and to share information with safety net players. Why? Especially for the big risk, because usually we miss data information that can be critical for us to see the whole picture of risk. So this is very important to discuss, to have meetings with central bank, with supervisory, to say, okay, we identify this risk within the microfinance sector. We need to discuss with you if we share the same views that we have. If you have any additional information that you can share with us, and so on. This is something very, very important. And when we talk about risk management, this is not only when we face a big risk. No, we should maintain, let's say, regular meetings, regular coordination with safety net players, because we work in very risky environments. I mean, internal environment and external environment. So we should maintain regular meetings, regular coordination with other safety nets, with banks, with other stakeholders, and to ongoing process, ongoing analysis and discussion to have the big pictures, and also to take into account any new, let's say, new factor that can impact our resilience as our operational resilience as deposit insurance. Let's take example for cybersecurity issues. These are very important that can impact the whole financial sector. So we can, as a big challenge, to discuss with other safety net players. And of course, when we face this risk, we should take the appropriate measures, actions to mitigate any impact to financial stability. So when we talk about this framework, this risk management system, that means we should, as deposit insurers, to have what we call it early detection and timely intervention. So we have identified the key risk. We implemented our strategy to mitigate risk. So this activity, this task, is a part of early detection. And early detection, this is something that we should conduct with other safety nets. What is early detection? To make a link between risk management, risk management system, and the risk that we identify, and early detection and timely intervention, this is something is very important. What does it mean? It means that the determination and identification of when an expected any problem expected or a bank expected to be in trouble should be made early. Early detection is very, very, very important. Early identification of any problems, very, very important. This is why, for instance, KDIC ask banks data, information, ask microfinance institution to send data, conduct on-site mission to make sure that we don't face any problem. Also, we have what we call it commerce. This is the writing system, just to make sure that the risk indicators are red, are green, not red, for example. And we have as deposit insurers premiums based on risks, and this framework premium based on risk is another any problems within the banking sector or the financial sector. And then upon such determination, the intervention process should be started based on well-defined criteria, well-defined actions and measures. When we talk about intervention, we can have formal intervention and also informal information. Let's say, for instance, timely intervention, that means we should intervene on time before having problems become more complicated. And then we should discuss, we should activate our internal tools, we should ask our staff to be ready to intervene, and also to ask other safety net players to coordinate, to collaborate, to help us to have to take a good action and to take good measures. So these are this is why now we have in IADI community a trend that many deposit insurers, many IADI members are implementing the early warning system and also premiums based on risk, just to help them to have the whole picture about any intervention that will be required when a trouble is here. For instance, early detection is important for financial stability for many reasons. So it helps us as deposit insurers, as safety net players, to reduce the cost of resolution. This is very important. As I said before, if we face bank failure risk, that means we should intervene. We should take the good actions in terms of financial resources, IT system, data, etc., etc. So this is the cost of any, let's say, late intervention, and this is something that we cannot accept as deposit insurers, because we are a safety net player. We cannot accept. This is why you as bankers, you as microfinance institutions, you are required to give us data, information, and to send us reporting, and just to avoid any cost, not only for deposit insurance, but also for you as key players in the banking, in the financial sector, and for the public, for depositors, and for the taxpayers. So to avoid any cost, and we saw in the past a lot of crisis, a lot of examples of the huge costs that caused by crisis and bank failures. And of course, early detection, and this is something that's also very important for risk management system, to improve the efficiency, to improve effectiveness of our resolution process and also our risk management process. You know why? Because based on what we have and based on our tool, we can just to simulate, just to conduct simulation and to conduct stress testing and to say, oh, we have a gap here. Oh, no, we are good in this area. And just, this is to ongoing improvement of our process, resolution process and intervention process. And of course, to assess and to measure the effectiveness of any resolution tools and options. For example, if we face a bank problem, so we can say that, oh, okay, we can take this tool as a measure to mitigate this risk. I mean, the bank failure risk, or these options, and to say no, we can no. If we take, for example, financial support, this is it's costly. I mean, this is something that we can use other options. Just to say, okay, we can have measures of to banks, or to ask the market to buy the bank which is in trouble, something like that, or just to say, okay, we can take another measures, for example, with the central bank, with supervisory authority, to say, okay, we can say that the management of this bank is really bad. So we can take action to remove directions, to move the management of this bank, or to ask the bank to limit its activity, or to limit risky activities, for example. So a lot of options, but based on what we have as legal framework and based on our mandate. And if we don't have this mandate, we can ask resolution authority or central bank or supervisory authority to take the appropriate actions and measures based on what we have, or to what we know about the bank. Again, this is very important, and you probably you see that you notice that I usually focus on collaboration among safety net players. This is something very important, very, very important. There is another point which is very important regarding the coordination and communication with our external environment. So this is very important for us to engage discussion with banks and with the external auditors, with banks and with microfinance institutions, to coordinate with other supervisors. I mean here, cross-border supervision, or with other authorities in other jurisdictions, and also to be careful about the market. So to collect data from the market and from external environment. I mentioned the commons. This is the writing system. Commons, so state capital, asset management, earnings, and liquidity, and also risk, market risk sensitivity. So common risk. This is the writing system that supervisory authority, but also depositors put in place to have the whole picture about the risk profile of banks, of member banks, and also of microfinance institutions. This is very important, that can enable us to take appropriate measures and actions before for facing really risk of failure. And this is in terms of systemic surveillance. We can have sorts of tools if our mandate is large, and to discuss with the Financial Stability Committee, for example, or with the Crisis Management Committee or something like that, just to take into account macroeconomic indicators and also macro-prudential measures. So this is the first area of risk management and early detection. Let me now to move to interconnectedness of financial sector players, and this is also very important, which is linked to the first area. So as you know, when we talk about the safety net players within any jurisdiction, so usually we have supervisor authority, which can be a central bank or independent supervisor authority. And the supervisor authority has powers to supervise, to take actions against banks, against microfinance institutions. And also, if we have the central bank here, another fraction of safety net players is the lender of last resort. That means during the trouble time, we can ask the central bank to provide banks with liquidity to avoid any bank failures. And also we have the Depot Insurance Agency, which is a key player of safety net system. Depot insurance, it depends on the mandate, as I mentioned, Paybox Plus, or risk minimizer, or loss minimizer. Okay, I have 10 minutes. Oh, really? So, as Depot insurance. And Minister of Finance usually, in terms of systemic risk or systemic crisis, Minister of Finance has a role to play. And also resolution authority, if we have independent resolution authority, or we can have central bank as can act as resolution authority. So as Depot Insurance, to ensure effective interconnection with safety nets, we should first have operational capabilities to respond to risk that can prevent us to fulfill our mandate. This is very important, and to carry out all activities to make sure that we are well prepared, and also, as I mentioned, to be a member of any institutional framework. That means for ongoing communication and cooperation and coordination, and then to have a role in crisis management, to prepare for payout, for example. To provide financial support and to prepare for okay, just 5 minutes. I received a message telling me that I have 5 minutes. Okay, no problem. So let's escape this. Based on the IAD core principles, we should have formal coordination between safety net players, and the coordination should be, let's say, depends, as I mentioned, Paybox or Paybox Plus or loss minimizer, to be let's say, appropriate with what we have as mandate. So the most important things here is the information sharing and communication with other safety net to ensure the coordination, to ensure the interconnectedness with safety net players. And when we talk about the information sharing, we should have formal and informal information sharing. We should have explicit or ongoing, this is very important, timely information sharing, and of course, all information that we receive from banks, from microfinance, and also from other financial safety net players should be kept confidential. This is very important. You know that. And this is really something also very important to have this effective coordination and interconnectedness between safety net and players is to comply with mandates of each authority. So we should not have sort of overlap responsibilities, rules. So we should respect, we should comply with the mandate that we have, let's say the legal mandate of each authority, and then to coordinate. So the most important moment to coordinate and to ask and to discuss is during the crisis. This is something very, very, very important. And this is why we prepare ourselves by conducting simulation exercises, by conducting just to make sure that we cannot accept that, during a crisis, we'll look for how to coordinate, how to discuss. No, we should. But the most important moment is during the crisis. So the last area, coordination, very, very briefly, so this is a life cycle, it's not important, you know that, not important. So the last area is the contingency planning and crisis management. Here, let me just to show you what is very important things here for us. For us, as depot insurance, we should have our own policies, our own procedures for risk management and for crisis management. What are policies and procedures? We should, for example, very, very, very basic policies. We should have payout policy. We should have a resolution policy. We should have communication policy during crisis. Also, we should have communication policy during the normal times. And this is also very important to test ourselves and to make sure that we will be ready to face any situation that can result in the problems for us. And this is something very important for us as depot insurance. But we can have also, let's say, a joint rule with other safety net players. So, as I mentioned, a member of institutional framework and to participate in systemic crisis, simulation exercises, and also to participate in communication plans. You see here EC 2, 4, 5. This is the essential criteria from core principles number 6 of IADI, which is on crisis management and contingency planning. So here, as you mentioned, 2 pillars. The first pillar is our rule as the depot insurance. We should have our own policies, own resources, and also we should have a certain role with other safety net players. So, very important communication, coordination in normal times, but also during a crisis. Let me just to focus on coordination between us as safety net players. So we can coordinate, we can share information on risk assessment, on decision plans. You know that now all supervisory authorities require big banks, for instance, to have recovery plans and also to have resolution plans. So we can share information about recovery plans and resolution plans. We can sign memorandum of understanding with other safety nets domestically and at cross-border level. And we can, if we have systemic important banks, we can set up a sort of crisis management groups to coordinate with other other cross-border authorities. This is the home host coordination with other authorities. Again, as depositor, as safety net player, should have our handbooks, our manuals, procedures. We should conduct simulations, tabletop exercises, crisis simulation, systemic crisis simulation, and we should have also communication policies. Thank you for your attention. I'm so sorry. Very exciting topic, but I didn't respect the time, but thank you so much. Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I believe you've heard the applause from around the amphitheater, and it's actually filled up since you started. And just as we had announced, we have an opportunity to ask questions. I am one of the first to have the privilege of getting his presentation, and I believe that will be the order of the day for everyone, especially if you registered, and that is one of the important reasons to register and submit maybe your email address. These presentations can be shared. Mr. Mohammed, I have your permission as I say so, and I give that promise that this presentation can be shared.
Yes, sure.
Very much in order. And that presentation, 37 slides of it, is basically on the crisis preparedness and management in the financial sector. As you were following, I believe people were taking notes, and I have a few more hands today and on standby. So please, this is the opportunity to ask questions before we take a quick break. And if you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will be brought to you. And as we did yesterday, you just say your name, who you represent, and Mr. Mohammed will be able to hear your question and respond. So any takers for the first question? First question, don't be shy. Wherever you are, someone will bring a mic to you and we can respond. Either Mr. Mohammed was very clear, or you are just a bit shy to start up. Don't worry, he can take any question.
Come on. So if not, you can ask.
Yeah. All right. There's one question.
members.
There's one question.
Oh.
Go ahead. Your name and your question to Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you. My name is Steve Mosero. My question is, are the micro-prudential measures enough? And if not, then can research help mitigate?
Did you get that, sir?
Yes, please. Yes, please go on.
No, just rehash on your question, please. Just hold it closer to your mouth so you can hear.
Okay, my question is, are the macro-prudential measures enough? And if not, then can research help mitigate?
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
You can just raise your hand. We'll bring a mic to you as a response to that. I believe Mr. Mohammed wanted to take all the questions and respond, but he can respond as someone else raises the hand and we will locate you. So feel free. Don't be shy. Mr. Mohammed, you could probably take that first question.
Okay, thank you. So the question is about the macro-prudential tools that we can use to mitigate macro-prudential risk. The question is about if we don't have enough tools, or if measures that we take in terms of macro-prudential tools are not sufficient to mitigate the risk. So usually we have plenty of measures that we can use, not only at macro-prudential level, but also at micro-prudential level. Because when we talk about the macro, that means we should take into account other indicators, other information, other data from macroeconomic, from environment, but also with the relationship between different elements of financial sector. I mean, the banking sector, insurance sector, capital market sector, microfinance sector. So usually when we talk about the macroprudential level, that means this is really a level where we have a coordination with all. This is really something that is let's say a must to have a coordination between all safety net players, including Ministry of Finance, because to have really effective macroprudential measure, we should take into account the macroeconomic impact of, let's say, for example, fiscal impact or fiscal impact from the government. If the government takes a fiscal measure that can impact, let's say, negatively the macroprudential resilience of our financial sector, because this is really something is very, very big that can impact banking or insurance or capital market sector. So in the case we have, let's say, ineffective measures, we should look at other measures. Let me to give you one example from Credit Suisse. You know, the big problem that Swiss authorities faced in last March of this year. And you know that the authorities, they took really measures out of macroprudential scope. Based on what Swiss authorities have in terms of macroprudential process and the resolution process, they should take very clear actions to solve this bank problems. Credit Suisse, but they took really, let's say, non-conventional measures, non-conventional actions. Why? Because I met them in Basel, and we asked them some question about the way they manage the problem of Credit Suisse. And we asked them why you took this, because they asked UBS to buy Credit Suisse, and they provide UBS with huge amount of financial assistance. And not only that, they took really a crazy action. They accept that UBS will not comply with some prudential measures in terms of capital requirements of Basel III, and also in terms of liquidity ratio. So this is not conventional. That means, and to be honest with you, thank you so much for your question. Sometimes we face a very tough situation, even if we have our processes which are clear, but sometimes we will be obliged to take extraordinary measures that nobody can expect us to take. And this is something, because what we are looking for to maintain and to preserve financial stability. And this is why even we have tools, it's not really 100% that we use the same rules. So this is why if we, the measures that we take at macroprudential level are not sufficient, so we look for other measures.
Thank you for that response. Thank you for that question, Steve. And Mr. Mohammed, your presentation, which is based on crisis preparedness and management in the financial sector, has some sub-themes, and you have made reference to it as you were talking, especially in your last few slides, and that is on the point of coordination and collaborations in the financial sector, crisis management. On day one, there's a gentleman here who asked a question. He represents the microfinance institution and banks. And there was the question that I'm sure you would have been happy to respond to on day one, but he can rehash it and just bring it to your attention in the same sentence and breadth of collaboration in the financial sector. Reintroduce yourself and your question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dennis Nderito from Caritas Microfinance Bank. My question for yesterday was, you find the attractiveness of the microfinance institutions as well as the tier 3 banks is not attractive when it comes to the big depositors. You find there's the flight to tier 1s because of the risk associated with the small banks and the microfinance institutions. So how can we come in to do that risk mitigation to ensure that we find it attractive to the microfinance institutions and the tier 3 banks? At the same time, as the internationalization for deposit insurance, is a reinsurance bit of something that you do consider to ensure that you can be able to increase the amount of insurance that the deposits can be insured to find it more attractive for the big depositors to be attracted to the microfinance institutions and tier 3, so that can be able to give that confidence to the depositors?
Okay, thank you. Can you just repeat the last sentence that you said?
Okay, the last question is, you find when there is a risk as a means of risk mitigation, most insurance companies do something called reinsurance. So as the deposit insurers, do you do reinsurance, and can it help to increase the amount of deposits being insured, such that the depositors can find it attractive to be insured for the small banks they might need to invest in, and the microfinance institutions?
So if when I understood your question is about how to attract the deposits based on deposit insurance schemes, that's right?
Yes. How do we find it attractive? As a depositor, I want to go deposit my funds where I shall feel I'm covered. So how can we be able to ensure that for the big depositors? Right now, in the Kenyan context, we insure up to 500,000 shillings. Assume I have 10 million. How do I deposit in a small bank that I find more risky, yet it's not as risky as I might perceive?
Okay, I will try to respond to your question. So, different aspects of deposit insurance from your question. So, risky banks and to attract depositors. So, risky banks. It's a big challenge for deposit insurance because a risky bank can have negative impacts on deposit insurance, but also on depositors. How to mitigate the risk? How to mitigate it? This is something that, as I mentioned during my presentation, depends on the mandate that we have. I know that KDIC is risk management, so KDIC has powers to supervise banks and I guess also microfinance institutions. So risky banks, we will take really specific measures to mitigate risk regarding these risky banks. How to discuss with the banks to take actions in terms of activity or in terms of risk management of these microfinance institutions and so on, and to avoid any exposure to activities that can let's say represent a risk for microfinance institutions. But the problem here, as you mentioned, how to attract depositors based on deposit insurance. My question is, let's say to to have opposite question of that. Imagine that you are facing a failure of microfinance institution, and you don't have deposit insurance scheme. So depositors will lose their money. So the presence of deposit insurance scheme itself, it's really a sign that depositors should be confident because they cannot lose their money, because we have a scheme, we have a mechanism, which is deposit insurance, here to protect them from any loss of their money. And this is very important. So to attract deposit insurance, and this is based on our public awareness. The message that we should prepare for depositors, to say them, please be confident, because our mandate, our rule is here to protect your money, to protect your savings. And if you feel that the message or your awareness activities are not really effective, so you should talk with your stakeholders, I mean microfinance institutions, banks, to say to their customers that, so at any case, if we face a problem, there is an insurance here that protects our. So risky microfinance and to attract depositors. So this is the role of deposit insurance based on the mandate that it has to minimize or to mitigate risk within the microfinance bank by getting data analysis, taking actions, as I said, but also by conducting effective awareness activities and sending a good message to depositors, small depositors, big depositors, and to tell them that you should be confident because your money is protected. So, a lot of actions that as deposit insurance we should take to keep confidence in the banking sector and also in the microfinance sector.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, and thank you, Dennis, for that question, representation of the microfinance sector. Any other last questions? I see one hand there. Just say your name and speak into the mic so that Mr. Mohammed can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Kitonyo. I work for the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. My question is around the issue of coordination and cooperation. Of course, it's something which is quite critical when we talk of risk management within DIS across the globe. But it comes with the assumption that it's always very easy to have these come along. For example, when it comes to the role of DIS as opposed to the role of monetary authorities like central banks, which sometimes house the bank's vision. You know, sometimes there are areas whereby the line in terms of differentiation when it comes to the mandate seems to be a bit blurred. So I would wish that the presenter kindly let us know some of the challenges faced in ensuring we have effective and efficient coordination and cooperation, and basically what may need to be done to ensure that at least that arrangement is able to achieve the intended purpose of ensuring that at least the DIA are able to have a full picture of exactly what's going on within the agencies they supervise. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mohammed, did you follow?
Yes. Yeah. If I were understood, your question is about how to have effective coordination between deposit insurance and other safety nets. right?
Yes, yes. And some of the challenges which are likely to be faced and how we can be able to overcome that.
Okay, so let me to be honest with you. This is something that I found during my mission with IADI and with IMF. The big problem that we have, I mean, as deposit insurers, not as supervisory authority. Usually we have very nice agreements, very wonderful writing paper on coordination and on information sharing. But the problem is how in the reality we conduct this information sharing. Is it really, let's say, other authorities are willing to share with us information. Other authorities are willing to discuss with us as deposit insurer and to share with us their views and analysis, and even to make us alert if we are facing a problem. So in terms of framework, it's good, but the problem is the reality. If we really coordinate. Last year, I was in Tunisia with Deposit Insurance Fund of Tunisia. You know, the Deposit Insurance Fund in Tunisia faced a very, very tough situation. And it was the first time last year, it was the first time that they faced a payout event, a bank failure. Okay, and by the way, Deposit Insurance Fund in Tunisia, it's still young. It was established in 2018, 19, so very young corporation. They have, let's say, they have their own arrangements to coordinate, to cooperate. You know, they asked me to just to get them support in facing this bank failure. You know, 2 days before the central bank decided to withdraw the license of this bank, the Deposit Insurance Fund was not aware of such a situation. More than that, when the central bank decided to withdraw the license of this bank, they sent a notification, they sent a letter to Deposit Insurance Fund to tell them, please, we decide to take this decision to withdraw the license. Please, the floor is yours. So come and start reversing depositors. No, it's really, it's crazy situation. We cannot imagine such situation as deposit insurance. So, and even when we start talking with central bank, and we were under pressure to get data, and really it was really very, very complicated case. Even if the bank was really a small bank, but the impact on deposit insurance and the banking sector, the impacts were huge. That to tell you that the arrangement, even if we have a fixed arrangement, we have let's system, risk management system, price management system in place, we should, as deposit insurer, we should usually ask other financial safety nets to coordinate, to collaborate. And the first step for us as deposit insurance is to show our awareness to share information by sending, for example, periodic reports to central banks, to supervisory authorities, to ask them to meet, to ask them to. So many arrangements. But most important here is to test ourselves if we are a key player within the safety net. So again, if we have a very nice coordination arrangement, and we cannot rely only on that and say, oh, okay, so we are in the peace time, no problem, but during a crisis time, as we have this arrangement, and just to push all safety nets to collaborate and to coordinate with us. I don't know if I respond to your question.
I think he's content with that by the looks of things. You could nod to say yes or no. Yes? You could nod.
Yes, to quite an extent, I've gotten what he's talking about. Information sharing is not always very easy. And of course, many other things. And of course, that gives us a lesson that we need to keep on working at it. Thank you very much.
That very much underpins the necessity of collaboration with that real case scenario of Tunisia. And I could even see with your facial expression how such a big mess you felt it was, and in sorting it, even though it was a small bank. And I think this was even underpinned by the CEO that all the institutions or in this sector are actually important. Any effect on one, whatever the size, has a ripple effect on the whole financial sector. Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Mohammed. And I believe since we are pressed for time now, we're 10 minutes past our hard stop, unless there is a very pressing question. I believe we'll also get the information in terms of the email and contacts for Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, I'm volunteering a lot of information on your behalf, but if it's okay that you could share your email and people can direct their questions to you.
Even you can share my phone number, no problem.
Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I'm sure the KDIC team is going to liaise that and make sure all the presentations that are made day 1 and day 2 are available to you, and that is why it's important to all register. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to Mr. Mohammed Mahraoui. He represents and is a head of studies, intervention and resolution, Moroccan Deposit Insurance Corporation. And as you can see, there's a lot of peer review that we can benefit from. And Mr. Mohammed, I believe you're still under the voice, my voice, you can still hear. We have representation from Senegal, we have representation from Ghana, from Namibia, and Nigeria, amongst others in the continent here at this conference. So there's a lot that they can learn from you and your experience, and also grow from the learnings there. So we say shukran, asante sana, have yourself a good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, and I hope to meet you in the future in Nairobi. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And now as we segue to the health break and tea and refreshments served right the same area that we had it yesterday, right outside, just down the stairs of any one of these exits. And of course, you know where the restrooms are. It's at this segment. So the ladies is to the right and the gents is to the left. As we take this break, it's meant to be 30 minutes. So since we've just allowed that Mr. Mohammed concludes and responds to the questions, and I appreciate everyone who's asked questions, let's come ready to interact with the next session. This is on e-money and the banking in the 21st century. We have representation from Yatal Boro, CBK, Dennis Jao, Equity Bank, Zomo Miluka, FSD Africa, and Victor Odada from Safaricom. The sub-themes: dynamism of banking, digital integration and role of technology, technological transformation, technology and e-money, DI and mobile wallets, technology and bank resolution, DI and data protection. And there were questions about e-money yesterday, and I'm sure this is something you're looking forward to. So let us be back by, if I may have the allowance to be back by 11:15, settled and ready to pay attention to that second session of the day. So karibuni chai, asanteni. I'll invite our chairperson, Madam Hannah, to first lead. I'm sure you'll be interacting with people. Chai is served and you'll be accompanied by the CEO and other board members, and people will also follow. So asanteni, let's give a hand as well for her. She's been with us since the beginning and has been with us a full day yesterday, and we appreciate your presence, Madam Chairperson, and the board members and directors with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, as we get into some music that will accompany this break, feel free to mingle and interact and network. Let's be back in 30 minutes. That's at 11:15. Asanteni.
Lengo langu ni kuhakikisha mapato ya shule. Lengo ni kuhakikisha mapato ya shule. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Wacha tukuuliza Wakenya wengine. Je, wewe weka pesa zako wapi? Mimi? Yes. Wewe. Tutoke hapa. Shiro, wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Ndio hizi pesa zangu.
Wakenya, msiogope kuhifadhi pesa zenyu kwenye benki. Pesa zenyu zitakuwa safe. Shirika la KDIC, Kenya Depositors Insurance Corporation, lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Peleka pesa zako kwenye benki leo.
KDIC, protecting your deposit.
Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Na wewe unaitwa aje?
Mimi naitwa Shiro.
Shiro, wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Pesa zangu naekanga hapa ndani. Ndio hizi pesa zangu.
Makubwa haya. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Jina lako nani? Naitwa Emboko. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi? Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Ai mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki.
With Photo Vibrance, you can transform any photo.
are able to continue trading with the bank. At this stage, then you may make several recommendations. One, you can say this bank is insolvent. So we'll need someone to come and put in more money in form of capital. If you can get such a person, then the bank can go back to business. You can say the shareholders who are existing can also put more money. Then that is another option. Then there is another way where you look at a bank and you see, I'm able to see that part of this bank is good. and part of it is bad. Now, at that point, what you do, you separate and you say 80% of this bank has no problem, of the business of this bank. It's only 20% of the bank which has a problem. So if we can get someone who is willing to buy or take over the 80% of the bank, then 20% we can be left with it. So at that point, then the central bank will look and see what is the best decision. The best decision is determined by, one, the potential loss to KDIC as the receiver. Because if then this bank is not restored back, we are required to pay depositors certain amount of money. Then we seek to ensure that that value or that amount payable is reduced. So that potential loss is one of the things we will look at. The second thing you look at is the stability in the financial system. If I make this decision, will it foster confidence in the financial system? Then if it does, then you go ahead and make that recommendation. So after now the central bank agrees with that process, we will seek appropriate approvals from central bank or the board of KDIC, then central bank and national treasury. And then the good bank or the part of the bank that was identified as good, it will go back, it will be acquired, and the business continues.
The main benefit of deposit insurance is to ensure that the depositors do not have the incentive to go once and withdraw their money when there is a panic in the market or when they are feeling that the second bank is at the brink of collapsing. So by so doing, banks are able to navigate through liquidity challenges and ensure that they are able to sell their assets in case they were having a problem and get the money.
However, it hasn't been a smooth sailing for the country's deposit insurer. The sheer determination of KDIC's leadership, supported by a resilient and highly talented workforce, has propelled the corporation towards achieving its vision and envisaged strategic objectives, which is guided by KDIC's strategic plan, policy framework, and an elaborate ICT infrastructure. These include a data warehouse that facilitates internal operations. CEO Chepkwony believes the corporation is well on track towards a new dispensation.
For KDIC right now, we want to ensure that our risk managements are data-driven. We are looking at enhancing our electronic data warehouse that will enable us to get quickly and efficiently the data that we need to be able to analyze the status of the institutions that we are insuring. We've had the same networks in place. What we are doing right now is upgrading them and having them harmonized so that we have the same the data that we are connected to the banks in a more efficient way. As usual, we get returns from our member institutions. Currently, we have 53 institutions who are members and are regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. And what we do is that in each of those member institutions, we are connected to them. Therefore, without any human intervention, we are able to get the data on a need basis for whatever returns that they submit to ourselves. The support from the banks and the microfinance institutions has been amazing. We are happy. We also ensure that we have regular stakeholder engagements with them. Whenever we are having any things suggestions that we are making, we interact with them, and therefore they are on board whenever any changes are being made.
Our members, in terms of technology, are far much ahead, so we have always to keep up with the pace. And what I like about the KDIC, the management and the board, whenever we have projects to support the transformation process and also the digitization in line with the government policies and requirements, then we get the required support from KDIC, the board, and also the government.
What we are told is because of this far, KDIC has recorded a number of milestones that include an enhanced deposit coverage limit of up to 500,000 Kenya shillings, implementation of the risk-based premium model that allows banks to pay an annual premium according to their respective risk profile, Further, the corporation has undertaken critical payments to depositors of failed institutions, with Chase Bank being the hallmark of KDIC's success story in its bank resolution journey.
Chase Bank resolution took the purchase and assumption resolution method. And the world over, deposit insurers tend to use the purchase and assumption to support resolution of banks. And we are looking forward to learning lessons from the resolution of Chase Bank and even improving it better. What we have seen being utilized right now is the mergers and acquisition as a resolution method that has really safeguarded the depositor and therefore enabling banks not come to liquidation.
We normally pay within a period of 4 days. So when you lodge your claim, we seek to ensure that that amount is paid within 4 days. So that as a depositor, then you can get your money. How is the money paid? The money is paid directly to your bank account. So you must have a bank account so that the money can be transferred to you. You don't come here and we pay you over the counter. We don't have a counter, but we pay directly to your account. But going forward, we are seeking to ensure that some of these amounts can be paid through the mobile phones. Any remit within the mobile, the M-Pesa remit or the mobile money remit, then can be paid directly. So that will ensure that even you access your money faster and more convenient the moment we validate you.
We increased our coverage limit from 100,000 to 500,000. We were able to cover or protect over 98% of the depositors, because today we do not have very many depositors who have more than 500,000. So with this one, the first beneficiary of the enhanced coverage limit was Chase Bank, and the response that we got was very positive, very impressive. There are actually people who almost cried when they realized that they were able to recover all their money, something which they had almost thought that it will never happen.
Our association as KDIC has been very instrumental, even during the establishment of KDIC itself, enabling us to follow the regulations or to set up the regulations that were to support the work of resolution in Kenya. Was the association with the international other deposit insurers was very critical. And going forward, we intend to enhance that performance or operating within the international system to also improve on ourselves so that we are not just comfortable as KDIC that we have the highest level of mandate as a risk minimizer, but also learn from the rest of the deposit insurance around the world.
As such, it is the conviction of CEO Chepkwony that an empowered staff is a vital cog in the corporation's quest to achieve its mission.
We are looking at talent management, the recruiting and retaining good, excellent staff that will be able to execute, to develop them into high-performing teams, to be able to do the work that we do. That will include even motivating the staff and all the things that make people retained in the organization. In terms of processes, we are looking at the policies that we have, the guidelines that we have that will enable us to be able to do our work well. And in this, we are looking at even the strategic plan formulation. These are the processes that will give us the guidance towards achieving our mandate.
I joined KDIC in the year 2019, and I can say I've had quite a number of experiences. First, I'll talk about the culture I found in KDIC, a very accommodative culture. Staff are very accommodative, and staff are willing to share their ideas. It's a learning culture. The management is also supportive. The resources are available. Opportunities are available. So it's a place where you can grow. You can expand in your career.
I've been in KDIC for the last 5 years. So I joined KDIC as an officer, as an ICT officer. And so far I can say the experience has been very good. KDIC has nurtured me, has nurtured my talent, has nurtured my skills. It has built me in terms of capacity, in terms of execution of duties when it comes to ICT. So my experience has really been good.
Knowing the impact of the fund in this economy and knowing that I'm part of that growth, looking at how far historically we've come. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we've almost doubled the value of that fund. To me, it creates a lot of fulfillment. Also, working with KDIC, you will realize that you deal a lot with a lot of deserving Kenyans who have been depositors in institutions that have gone down over time.
I've had a chance, one, to learn about how the different organs within government operate and interact towards running the country, which was not very apparent to me when I was on the other side of the private sector. I've also had a chance to learn about deposit insurance. Most people confuse deposit insurance with the insurance that we usually have for our houses, our cars, and so on and so forth. So I've learned how that helps to improve the financial stability of the country. And I've also had a chance to learn about other areas, including strategy and planning. I've been involved in projects in strategy and planning, which has helped me learn things strategically. Also been involved in the development of the strategy for the next 5 years. So I think having come to KDIC in the last 1+ something years, I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, especially in my knowledge and my skill as a professional and also as a public servant to the country.
I work with a very supportive team. It's enjoyable every day to come to work and you're able to get support from your colleagues. They're able to guide you in everything that we do. So my team is very supportive and willing to guide you in every step that you take. And another thing that I've noted about KDIC is it offers an opportunity to learn. Every day is a learning day. You get to interact with new issues. You get to understand about deposit protection. You understand about bank resolution. So every day is a learning opportunity, which is something really good because as a corporation, it gives an opportunity for employees to advance their level of growth. And also another thing that I've noted is the fact that it focuses mostly on the welfare of the employees. So it's a good place to work.
The environment in KDIC is also very conducive to work in. And also the location of the building is in a place where we can really easily access it. So we have been exposed to a lot here in KDIC in terms of training opportunities and also be able to do CSR, where I'm not, even though I'm stationed here in the CEO's office, I'm also able to experience what other departments are doing through different interactions. And also because we are also incorporated into the committees, different committees, that helps us to interact a lot with other stakeholders.
The culture change journey has been interesting. When I joined KDIC a few months later, we were to embark on a culture transformation journey. I must say that just like any other organization, as we interacted with staff, as we desired to listen to them, picking the future or the desired KDIC they would like to see. And I must say, I'm delighted to look at that journey and see the much we have been able to accomplish, the feedback we have been able to receive from staff, and the much support we have received from the senior management team. And our CEO has been at the forefront to ensure that we have a transformed institution with a good culture. Remember, culture speaks to the overall behavior of staff, and it speaks even to how we perform individually. So a good culture essentially is what will speak to the future that we anticipate for KDIC.
What has stood out for me in KDIC is the teamwork that has been incorporated in each and everything that we do. And actually, the working space that we have here at KDIC has enabled me to grow more professionally and even socially. I've been able to engage with new people, and actually what makes me happy and what gives me fulfillment in terms of working for KDIC is being able to sort out the depositors for the failed institutions. So in a way that gives me fulfillment, and it actually gives me a drive each and every morning when I come to work.
I have had a lot of exposure, which has also increased my skills that I already came with, so it has been advanced greatly. What I like about KDIC is the professionalism that is employed here. There is a lot of equality amongst everyone, and all the leadership are very willing to help. They are very open to questions and to guidance, and the mentorship is also very good. So I have greatly grown, and I am more sure of myself and my skills, which I am using to exert my knowledge to the customers, as KDIC is customer oriented. So we give the customers the best quality service that they can ever get. So we are doing a first in the state corporations, whereby we want to be state corporation that is known to give quality service to the customers.
KDIC is part of the global community of deposit insurers, whose umbrella body is the International Association of Deposit Insurers, IADI, whose chapter on the continent is African Regional Committee, ARC. The ARC membership comprises about 9 countries that include the neighboring Uganda and Tanzania. To ensure compliance with global standards, KDIC has endeavored to fulfill IADI core principles for effective deposit insurance systems.
KDIC is one of the pioneer deposit insurers within the Africa region, and our partnership with the IADI has been very instrumental, even during the establishment of KDIC itself, enabling us to follow the regulations, or to set up the regulations that were to support the work of resolution in Kenya. Was the association with the international other deposit insurers was very critical. And going forward, we intend to enhance that performance or operating within the international system to also improve on ourselves, so that we are not just comfortable as KDIC that we have the highest level of mandate as a risk minimizer, but also learn from the rest of the deposit insurance around the world.
Away from its core mandate, the state corporation has made significant contribution to the government's agenda of transforming lives, as well as mitigation against climate change. With the corporation's change of guard complete, it is without a doubt that KDIC is well positioned for the next level, assuring depositors of nothing short of service with excellence in protecting their bank deposits. KDIC, protecting your deposits.
Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, KDIC, is a statutory institution established under the Kenya Deposit Insurance Act 2012, or simply KDI Act 2012. The corporation is mandated to provide a deposit insurance scheme for customers of member institutions, to provide incentives for sound risk management, and generally promote the stability of the financial system and prompt resolution. Further, KDIC protects depositors against the loss of their deposits or bank balance in the unlikely event of a bank failure. Through its service provision, customers can request for information from KDIC. The corporation responds to inquiries within 3 working days. This service is free of charge. Response to walk-in clients, phone calls, and written correspondence is free of charge. Customers visiting KDIC offices are attended to within 2 minutes. Phone calls responded to within 3 rings. Letters addressed to the corporation responded to within 2 working days. And written emails responded to within 48 hours. Complaints lodged at the corporation are handled within 2 working days, and complaints that do not fall within KDIC mandate referred to relevant agencies within 2 working days. This service is free of charge. Payment of claim are processed within 7 working days upon submission of a fully supported claim by the customer. This service is also free of charge. KDIC also helps in discharging of charge through preparation and execution of documents for a customer. The customer has to submit a duly filled and signed discharge of charge form. This service is carried out within 14 days and it is free of charge. The corporation also helps transfer of charge through execution of transfer documents for a customer. Customer needs to submit proof of full payment for the charge property. This service is also carried out within 14 days and is free of charge. Should an institution be placed in receivership, KDIC informs customers on the takeover of the said institution once the corporation is appointed receiver by Central Bank of Kenya. This process is carried out within 24 hours and is free of charge. KDIC also offers service to customers on liquidation that include payment of protected deposits processed within 30 working days and payment of dividends processed within 3 working days. The customer is required to submit proof of claim. The service is free of charge. Further, the corporation offers services on deposit insurance, including admission of a new member institution to Deposit Insurance Fund, issuance of the Certificate of Protection, acknowledged receipt of payment of premiums, and gazettement of a valid member institution. For the admission of a new member, the institution has to provide formal communication on licensing by CBK and a proof of payment of premium. This service is provided immediately and attracts payment of assessed premiums. For the issuance of Certificate of Protection, the requesting institution is required to provide proof of payment of premium. The service is processed within 14 working days and is free of charge. Acknowledgement of receipt of payment of premium is processed within 1 working day and is free of charge. The customer, however, needs to provide proof of payment of premium. KDIC shall gazette valid member institution by 30th September annually. The customer needs to provide proof of payment of premium. This service is free of charge. Any service rendered that does not conform to the above standards, or any officer who does not live up to commitment to courtesy and excellence in service delivery should be reported to Chief Executive Officer, UAP Old Mutual Towers, 17th floor, PO Box 45983-00100, Nairobi, Kenya. Email info@kdic.go.ke or complaints@kdic.go.ke. Website www.kdic.go.ke or the Commission Secretary / Chief Executive Officer, Commission on Administrative Justice, 2nd floor, West End Towers, Wayakiwe, Nairobi. PO Box 20414 00200 Nairobi. Telephone +254 020 227 0000 or 230 3000. Email complain@ombudsman.go.ke.
Hodi. Habari yako mama. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Na wewe unaitwa aje?
Mimi naitwa Shiro.
Shiro, wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Pesa zangu naekanga hapa ndani. Ndio hizi pesa zangu.
Makubwa haya. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Jina lako nani? Naitwa Emboko. Wewe weka pesa zako wapi? Tutoke hapa. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Wakenya, msiogope kuhifadhi pesa zenyu kwenye benki. Pesa zenyu zitakuwa safe. Shirika la KDIC, Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Peleka pesa zako kwenye benki leo. Kila unapotia bidii maishani, lengo lako ni kuhakikisha mapato ya jasho yako yanalindwa. Habari yako mama, wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Mimi huweka pesa zangu kwa hii mkebe.
Mama, sidhani hiyo mkebe iko safe. Wacha tukuuliza Wakenya wengine. Je, wewe weka pesa zako wapi? Mimi? Yes. Wewe. Tutoke hapa. Shiro, wewe weka pesa zako wapi?
Ndio hizi pesa zangu.
Wakenya, msiogope kuhifadhi pesa zenyu kwenye benki. Pesa zenyu zitakuwa safe. Shirika la KDIC, Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, lina jukumu la kulinda pesa zako kwenye benki. Peleka pesa zako kwenye benki leo.
KDIC, protecting your deposit.
Getting all the concurrence and clearances from the relevant offices. Present to you, Madam Helen Chepkwony. For the next 3 years, by God's grace, that shall be your CEO.
The other board support many times. You have well-trained people who are here. Where you have challenge, you always available. Where you need support, you always available. So please, people, apply for. Just the man who can come sasa. So your time takes from now, and we will judge you properly from now.
Sometimes where I work, I see many CEOs come and go. So sometimes I'm tempted to think I am the constant. And sometimes that gives me some pride. Sema, sasa CEOs tumeona sharp. So I just want to say that to ask us to support our new CEO, Helen Chepkwony, to give a full cooperation. Most of the time where I work, I advise my boss so that my boss does not get into trouble. And I think that should be your role in your technical area, to advise the boss to ensure the institution the institution interest is taken into account in all decisions she makes. When your boss makes a mistake, it is good not to be silent. But when she decides that the mistake is the best option for now, then you say, I have spoken, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Asante for keeping time. We just gave it a few minutes to allow people to reconvene because we're enjoying the networking session out of the room. But now we're back to the e-money and banking in the 21st century session. And this will be led by Gitao Boro, who has gone to fish out one of his other panelists. I just was telling Mr. Paul he will join as he is called, but this is good. Let me just read out Mr. Gitao's profile. And let me just say, when you read such, you need to call yourself for Mkutano, because it's a very impressive profile, and we see why he's the one moderating this panel. And the full panel is here. So Mr. Gitao Boro is a practicing economist with over 20 years of experience in economic policy, development, research, finance and financial sector policy, and financial regulation. Presently, Mr. Gitao is the head of National Payments Policy Development and Data Analysis at the Central Bank of Kenya. At the CBK, Gitao leads the development and implementation of national policy and regulation for the national payments system and payment service providers in Kenya. On top of this role, Mr. Gitao represented the CBK on the National Treasury Sector Working Group that drafted the fourth medium-term plan 2023-2027 for the financial services sector, and is part of the team representing CBK on the National Treasury Technical Working Group on formulating policy framework on crypto assets and activities. Now, before joining the Central Bank of Kenya, Mr. Gitao worked for various leading financial and policy institutions in Kenya, such as the Financial Sector Deepening Trust, FSD Kenya, private sector advisor at the UK Department for International Development, and program manager at the European Commission, Society for International Development, and the Institute of Economic Affairs. Mr. Gitao has a bachelor's and master's degree in economics and finance from Moi University, a master in, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, theology studies from Africa International University, and a master of laws with distinction in law and economics from Queen Mary University of London. Mr. Gitao is a UK Chevening Scholar and serves on other roles, including as convener of the Board of Trustees of Scripture Union of Kenya. His hobbies include reading, traveling, running, photography, and I should add, praying. So we thank you for your time with us today, and very impressive profile. And now we know why you're running with this conversation, and I'm sure you'll introduce us to your other panelists. And we will have this till about 1 p.m., till 1 p.m. actually. So for the first 40 minutes or so, he will engage his panel and then give an opportunity for you to ask questions, and we will be ready for that. So Mr. Gitao, over to you. And give him a hand, please, as he starts.
I don't go behind the pulpit, so I cannot shout. Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Mark has introduced me, my name is Gitao. I need not go through where I work, that has been mentioned. Thank you to the KDIC, led by the chairperson and the CEO, for inviting us. I know my colleagues, including the Deputy Governor, were here yesterday. It's a delight for us to be part and parcel of these engagements and discussions. I think as the questioner on the session just before tea break said, collaboration partnership is essential to make sure that we are building a financial system that's stable, resilient, and ultimately working for the country, the region, and the continent. I need to say this up front. If we are faulted on gender balance on the panel, I don't know to whom I will throw that issue to. So we needed to get that off immediately. The theme of this session, as it shows in your program, is e-money and banking in the 21st century. I think a lot of issues have been discussed since yesterday that touch on how the financial system has been transformed by technology, by the onset of mobile money, not just in this country, Kenya, but across the region, across the globe. So what I want to do is just to, in a way, set the scene before I ask the panelists to introduce themselves, just say their names and where they work and the portfolios they handle. So I'll begin by just setting the scene so that at least we start the panel when we're on the same page. I will then ask the panelists to introduce themselves. We will have a bit of a discussion with them, very able representatives from the organizations, and then we will open it up for comments, questions, interventions, so that at least we can hear from you, including the audience that may be joining us online virtually, so that we can get your perspectives, including the delegates who've joined us from several countries. So that's how we intend to run the session. But perhaps before I set the scene, I should just ask them to introduce themselves, where they work, what they do, and then we will pick it up from there. Thank you. I will start with my immediate left.
Do you stand up? Okay. Victor Dada, I had payments in Safaricom Kenya. This is both local payments and international payments. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Njau. I also had payments in Equity Bank, and I suspect that's why Victor and I are on this table. Thank you. Looking forward.
Good morning. My name is Paul Manga. I had risk and bank examination in Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we were joking with Victor earlier that he had to break the monotony of suits and ties because he comes from Safaricom, which is a technology company. Initially, he was worrying by coming here with a jeans, and I said, you're from a technology company, we will understand. If I did that, maybe it would be a different story. So let me take a few minutes to just set the scene, to give a bit of background into the topic for this session, and then we will get into it if the person controlling the slides may kindly put them up. So just 3 main points, just to make sure that we're on the same page. I know we understand this because we are all involved in the financial sector, in mobile money in one way or another, but it's good just to make sure that we are starting from the same page. What is mobile money, electronic money? And then number 2, the state of mobile money in Africa, because I know we have delegates from different African countries. And then just one small thing on the Kenya snapshot, and then the session topics, we'll go them again, and the panelists have already introduced themselves. So next slide, please. So I think we all have a good understanding of what mobile money is. This is something that we use daily. We are not just providers, but we're also users of it. But a key aspect, obviously, is the fact that mobile money providers take fiat money or banknotes and coins and convert it into electronic form. It sounds like a fairly elementary thing to say, but it has important implications in terms of the providers of it. We are speaking in the context of deposit insurance. How is that liability handled? When someone takes your notes and coins, converts them into electronic money, and gives you the infrastructure to use that electronic money for payment of goods and services. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that. So that's an important element in terms of just laying the groundwork on what is mobile money. I think it's important because, as you all know, we come from different countries where mobile money has increased significantly, especially in hard-to-reach areas in terms of access and outreach. Next slide, please. You may not be able to see this, but just in a nutshell, it talks about how mobile money has significantly increased across different African countries, including globally. But just focusing on Africa, I'll just mention one or two things. I'm sure the slides will be made available so that you're able to familiarize yourself. But basically, we all know that Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or Africa in general, is the home of mobile money. This is from a GSMA report. From those who know, GSMA is a body that brings together telco providers and mobile money providers. Every year they publish a state of industry report, and this is from their latest report, which covers last year. And it simply shows that mobile money has significantly increased across different African countries, the dark red. Obviously, the trends over the last few years have been heavily driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, and how we saw that pushing a lot of transactions to digital payments infrastructure, including mobile money. Next, please. Coming close to Kenya, I won't dwell much on it. Mobile money is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, as it might have been mentioned yesterday. We do this through a legal and regulatory framework, which is enforced by the Central Bank of Kenya. It has a definition of mobile money. As I said at the beginning, that e-money is simply monetary value that's represented by a claim on the issuer, i.e. I go to an agent that is operated by Victor, for instance, or Dennis. I give them notes and coins. They convert that into electronic form, and I'm able to do that to conduct transactions. Some notable features that obviously e-money functionally is as good as money. I can use it to pay for goods and services in supermarkets. We do this all the time in various merchant points. We'll hear more about that from the panelists. And it's also accepted as a means of payment. Next slide, please. This is a landscape in Kenya. If I can just talk about our electronic money issuers, as we call them. Broadly, for those who may be new to the Kenya financial or payments landscape, mobile money or electronic money is provided by institutions that are regulated by the central bank. We call them payment service providers. There are different categories of payment service providers, PSPs. The column on the extreme left is the one that represents those who offer mobile money. Others use that mobile money to simply conduct transactions, so they don't have the option of depositing, what we call cash in, or withdrawing, what we call cash out. And we'll get into how these have been used even from a DI perspective and payment gateways. So those are other types of payment service providers. Next slide, please. I think the interest on mobile money obviously is because of how it has completely revolutionized the financial landscape in Kenya, including enabling Kenya to be a global trailblazer as far as financial inclusion is concerned. Very simply, the chart before you shows the line is the level of financial inclusion in Kenya. This is the latest survey that was conducted by the CBK and the National Bureau of Statistics in 2021, confirming that financial inclusion at the time, which is 2 years ago, was about 83.7%. Obviously, now it might include, we're in the process of doing the 7th edition of the FIN Access, and potentially the number will be higher. And the red bar shows the people who access financial services through mobile money, through mobile wallet, which has completely increased compared to other access points, including banks or SACCOs. So that just shows you the prominence and the importance of mobile money in the financial landscape in Kenya. Next. You may not be able to see that. It speaks to the previous slide. This simply shows how payments in Kenya are conducted. We have two main payment systems. There's a large value, so when you go into Dennis's bank and many others and write a form for RTGS, for a large value payment transaction, we call that the large value payment system. We call it KEPS. And then we have the low value or the retail payment system, which includes mobile money. The share of value of mobile money transactions has really increased. It's about 60% of the value that goes through our large value payment ecosystem, 66% actually. So again, showing the increasing importance of safeguarding and protecting mobile money ecosystems because they not only carry high volumes, so a lot of people use the mobile money ecosystem, but increasingly it's also carrying a lot of high value in aggregate terms. This was something that we witnessed during the COVID period very quickly, because COVID was a major impetus to accelerating the adoption and the use of mobile money ecosystems. The red curve on top shows the transactions that go into bank accounts from mobile wallets, and the panelists maybe will speak to that, because that's one unique feature of mobile money ecosystems in Kenya. You're able to send money into your bank accounts and vice versa. And the green line, the green line shows the value of money from bank accounts into mobile wallets. So what we noticed during the COVID period is that there was more flows into the banking system from mobile money users than the other way around. Obviously, that has started to reverse, because some of the COVID measures that were being implemented since 2020 have since been gradually withdrawn. Players like the ones represented on the panel are working with a broad policy framework to make sure that the ecosystem continues to support Kenyans, continues to grow. We are in the I think second year now of implementing the National Payment Strategy that was launched early last year by the Central Bank and the National Treasury. In there, it simply wants to build on the gains that players in Kenya and the industry in Kenya have accomplished over the last few years, and will continue to do so. And in there, we talk about different aspects of how to strengthen the stability, the resilience of the mobile money ecosystem. Next. So as is indicated in your program, the focus for this session is just trying to get a bit deeper into this interaction between mobile money ecosystem and the banking ecosystem, looking at the dynamism in the banking sector, number one. Number two, how has technology transformed the delivery of mobile money in Kenya and perhaps even across the region? Because some of the institutions represented on the panel also operate across the region outside of Kenya. And then number three, what does the adoption of technology in delivery of financial services and mobile money in particular mean in terms from a deposit insurance perspective? We may not be able to delve more into data protection, but possibly in terms of deposit insurance. So I think to kick us off, we'll have a set of questions just to trigger a bit of discussion, and then later we'll open it up for comments and questions, as I mentioned. But I think I just want to begin maybe with Dennis. If you can tell us, because you've seen these trends for some time now, speak to us and the audience here and virtually. What are the dynamism within the Kenya payments ecosystem? What has driven it? What are the key drivers? Where are we at this stage?
Thank you, Gitao, and thank you for setting the context and just setting that stage that allows us just to appreciate what that journey has been. And just reflecting, I think banking was a place you went to, if you think about it. And you almost had to designate a day to go to the bank and do the stuff you needed to do. And we have seen a real metamorphosis. It's impressive to see that then financial inclusion today ticks at, maybe in the next one might be ticking closer to 90%, up from the 26% that it has been. And if you think about that whole inclusion, one, I think the questions of convenience, the questions of access, was indeed a real challenge. And I recall days when you had to go to the branch. The branch was, there's a lot of feasibility studies done before you even set up a branch, just to think about, is it feasible, is it not? And by that virtue, you'd find that then the bank was only available in urban centers only. That meant that the rest of the population is generally excluded, and not because they don't want to do it, but because then the cost of access, and interestingly, the cost of access was even going to be higher than the cost of the service itself. And so when I consider like the journey of equity, we started with even mobile Land Rovers that would physically carry cash on market days to several distinguished markets, and you would serve customers that way. But of course, I mean, it came with its own challenges, but was a demonstration of the quest to drive inclusion and to bridge the access divide. And over time, working with the central bank, we then had to work on this agency banking network and policy and framework, which finally then allowed us to do agency banking. And then that then took the next evolution where you'd then partner with retail outlets out there, all the way into the village. And so they would then start providing banking services. Guys can cash in and cash out. Initially, we thought people don't bank because they don't have a place to remove it, but it's been very interesting just to look at agency as a net depositor. And I'm glad that then we're talking about this from a deposit insurance perspective. But really, when I look at all my statistics and I think I've seen this in the banking industry, agents are actually more net depositors than they even facilitate withdrawal, which suggests that then people are doing their commerce, they are doing their trade. They want to just put it in a safe, secure place where they can access as and when they just need to do that. And today we've seen the proliferation of agents. I think the industry today maybe has north of 100,000 agents. When we add the ones from the telcos, then maybe we are looking at potentially nearly 400,000 additional touch points where people then can easily and conveniently just be able to do these. And of course, we have also seen the advent of mobile banking, and you've talked about wallets and etc. An active corridor between banks and the e-wallet providers and the mobile money providers. In fact, my estimate is the fact that then that traffic, and in fact shown by one of your graphs, is possibly going to indicate that the nearly 70 to 75% of customers are both in the banking industry as well as in the M&O industry. And the activity within that corridor then suggests that then we are building an ecosystem type of a customer base that shall also take then the same collaboration to build an ecosystem that also equally then enables customers to serve. And I think when I reflect on what this journey has been, we have therefore easily transitioned ourselves over time from banking being a place we go to being a thing we do on the go. And looking at all the financial results for most banks today, you will notice that they're north of somewhere between 80 to 98% of transactions are no longer done in the traditional brick and mortar, but most of them then becoming self-service. That I can just get on my phone, my account is connected to my phone, I can do my thing, I can transfer, I can do a P2P, I can do merchant payments. I mean, so when we look at my journey of mobile, for example, I'm on mobile because I want to fulfill several different types of transactions. I want to send to Victor here, Victor wants to send back to me. I want to go to a supermarket or a grocery store and I want to pay. And if you look at our evolution, then we started with that. We then had to give the fulfillment points, which are basically what you call merchants, on the other side, so that then when I go to the supermarket, I don't need to do cash. I can actually do it cashless. And because the country has become very mobile driven, then we have our traditional Visas and MasterCard schemes kind of platforms. But we have also then pioneered a journey within the mobile acceptance space. And today, for example, I can say Equity Bank has been able to build 1 million mobile merchants under the flagship of what we call Pay with Equity. And it's possibly the largest network of mobile merchants that the country has, and interoperable for that reason. Because then again, when we walk away from interoperability, then we then suggest everyone must build their own platform for their own estate of customers. And in itself, it's not a very efficient way of running. And I guess the cost therefore deployed just to serve then becomes extremely high. So I think we see technology really becoming a major enabler in what it is that we are doing. And I do not think the evolution is done just yet. But I think we will continue to see a lot of deliberate effort to provide convenience, to provide access, and just seamlessness in facilitating trade, whether it's between persons to merchants or persons to person, and both within the boundaries of the country and also, I think, cross-border, as Victor would even allude to. Maybe I pause there.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. You've mentioned a number of things which I think we'll get into in the course of the discussion, and hopefully also when we get into the Q&A and plenary, how technology has transformed this. I wonder whether I can pose a follow-up question, Dennis, which is, so you've talked about the seamlessness and the convenience of the service, starting with the Land Rover. I remember that it used to go around different town centers on market days, all the way to how people can conduct not just the initial money transfer services, but a wide range of services. how have you seen that service evolution pan out, and what have been some of the key drivers that have enabled Kenyans to adopt and use mobile money as it's currently been? So just talk to us a little bit around that service evolution.
Yep. Number one is reliability. The Land Rover came once a week, because market days in most places used to be 1 day a week. It's Wednesday. So what do you do between today is Wednesday and the next week? So because it's not easily accessible and available, it's not available when you want it. It's actually available when we decide to come. And customers want to transact not when the bank wants, but when they do want. So I think the first question was availability and reliability. But I also think the second thing was, as a driver, was just demystifying this thing, that I can go buy a commodity called a banking service just the same way I buy milk and bread. And I don't even have to wear a tie like Dennis today. I'm just going to go to my local shopkeeper. We speak in our local dialect. I've just come from the farm. I don't need to dress up. And that intimidation aspect of it doesn't apply. And because both banks and MNOs have invested a lot in training the agents, then that agent is well equipped to be able to explain quite a bit to the customer. And that demystifying it makes it easy for consumers to then consume it. But also thirdly is the fact, as I said earlier, the cost of access has generally been actually greater than the cost of the service itself. And in effect, I have removed the cost of access. And if you think about the cost of access, it is both financial and it is also time-wise. So if I think about my village down in Kangema in Murang'a, you'll find that before a guy leaves Kangema to go all the way, they have to leave the farm a whole day. And there was this one matatu that comes in the morning and goes back in the evening. So I think we've given them back time. We have given them back the economics of it. We have given them back demystifying it and simplifying it. We've actually commoditized it so that then it's not this big thing we do, but it's actually a facilitation to their daily commerce, the meeting of their daily needs, and so on and so forth. And of course, then the banks have also, and the MNOs as well, have continued to then educate the markets as far as this is concerned. And I also think that then some of these collaborations, today between Victor and I, we have rails that make it seamless for my customers. At some point, my customer wants money in his wallet, and seamlessly they can do that. And at some point, they don't want it in the wallet, they want it in the account. Because based on how they are paying, where they are paying, whenever they are paying, and how they want to pay, then these corridors then continue to become important. And I think, back in the day, we had these questions of banks and fintechs. Can they collaborate? Is it Chinese walls? And I honestly think the days of Chinese walls are long gone. It's open source, it's open banking. Here is my whatever, just get in there, integrate, here are my APIs, connect, make the possibilities happen. And I think we give customers ultimately what I would call freedom and choice. And our job must really be to collaborate, to build capabilities that then enable our customers to run. As I said, 75% of the estate running between MNOs and banks, and I don't think it's time for protectionism. It is actually time for us to then shake hands. He adds value to his estate, I add value to my estate, and the customer and the economist must ultimately win.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dennis, for that. You've used the term demystifying a number of times. Some people go even further and use another D word, which is to democratize payments, giving customers control of their time, choice. It doesn't matter anymore when you miss that bus or, something happens and you're unable to walk into the brick and mortar, not just of banks or MNOs, but indeed all financial institutions, including SACCOs, which we know are important financial providers for many of us. Victor, if I may turn to you. So Safaricom PLC launched your mobile money service in March of 2007, M-Pesa. Many others have followed since that time. So talk to us in respect to two things. One, just again, your own journey, the way your mobile money service has evolved over time. What have been some of the key drivers? They may be similar to what Dennis explained in terms of Equity Bank. And then secondly, just what have your customers been telling you in terms of why they embrace the mobile money service? And, because that drives the significant growth that we've seen in Kenya.
Okay. Thanks, Gitao. Actually, I think my colleague has said most of it, if I was to put it that way. But if you look at our journey, obviously started off in 2007 as what we call a P2P service. Grew into being able to offer merchant capability through and also offering agents. I think, as Dennis also mentioned, the fact that we put agents in the market to allow customers to be able to cash out and cash in. But obviously, if you look at the journey of Safaricom and M-Pesa, it has always been about paying attention to the customer and following where the customer pains are. So one of the few pains we heard was the fact that, okay, cool, agents are not enough. To Dennis's point, I want to go to bank or put money into the wallet, but I can't wait for 8 a.m. for the agent to be available. So then we partnered even with, now that's where the partnership with banks started, on the ATMs, where you'll be able to go to any ATM at any one time, withdraw, or even if you want to call deposit money. Then the next thing came in terms of the customer asking, this was about 2015-ish, can I be able to just pull the money straight from, because the journey that customers had was go to the bank ATM, withdraw money, then go look for an agent, deposit it, then start using it. So this brought in the capability that now you spoke about earlier, which is the B2, what we call the customer to bank capability, or bank to customer, which Equity was one of the first banks we actually did work with to offer this. So you're able to pull money into your wallet as and when you want, and you can push money back into your bank account and the same. And obviously, as we've gone through this journey, we've now also listened again more and more to our customers. And if you want to call it, the most recent innovation that we put in place is what we call global payments. So now you're able to get also a virtual card to allow you to also purchase, use what's in your wallet to also do what's international e-commerce. But just to iterate a point that Dennis brought out, all this is always about just enabling the customer and demystifying what they can do with the wallet. So it's no longer a closed system, if you want to call it that. It's perceived to be a closed system, but it's not. And the reason for this is, if you listen to what Dennis says and what I'm also saying, the money seems to move back and forth between the two of us. In the course of a day, you're looking at potentially, some people even 4 times, they're going to do the same transaction. In the beginning of the day, they'll pull money from the bank to their wallet or to their till. They transact the course of the day. Whatever they'll collect, they'll decide to push back into the bank. It's at around midday. Then they'll continue again for the rest of the day, around 4 o'clock, or 6 o'clock, they'll push money back up again. So that's real-time settlement also, a capability we've offered to our customers. So you do not have to feel like you're holding money, for example, on the till if you're not comfortable with it from that perspective. A lot of again, demystifying what we have done as Safaricom is about working with financial institutions, SACCOs, even the different wallet players that you showed on the screen earlier. Now, if you look at what is happening, where the trends are taking us next, it's an interesting world of what we call open banking or open finance. We call it open finance, as everyone knows, the banks call it open banking. This is a situation where it's not about the silo of where your money sits, it's about what you want to do. And the capability is powered by whichever. MNO can power it, even the bank can power it. And with open banking, you're looking at being able to, if I give an analogy, IMAP, and I love the fact that Dennis talked about APIs, because we all now integrate using APIs. I can see within my, this is something it's already available in Europe, it's available in Americas, and I think even as CBK, you issued a circular, I think it was last year, that now provides policy in terms of how we can go about it, which was a very positive step and quite encouraging, because it'll mean off my Safaricom, my M-Pesa app, or even off the Equity app, and I'll use Equity as an example, you're able to see what your balance is on your wallet, you're able to see what's in your bank account, and you decide what combination you want to do to pay for a service. So you don't have to keep logging into that platform or this platform. So open banking is coming into Africa. It's one of the few things we are paying attention to. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning specifically, and I think I love, thanks Dennis for setting the ball up, the fact that before you could get a bank account, you had to get a reference. Someone had to give you a letter, which was a chief, your mother, your father, someone. You needed your mother's ID to open a bank account. Now, based on the capabilities that we have available, literally you can scan your ID at the comfort of wherever you're seated, open a bank account, and at the same time also open, if you want to call it, a wallet, even with us. And next thing you find yourself being able to transact. And in some instances, if you look like, for example, from a deposit taking perspective, you can also start buying, different, if you want to call it, capabilities. It could be unit trusts. Well, all these are capabilities we are looking at being able to offer. And the reason we're able to offer this is because based on the KYC being provided on the mobile phone or even on a tablet, I'm able to quickly score you because we're integrated through you again to IPRS and different, if you want to call it, databases to then clarify whether somebody is legitimate, worth a capability, and then offer it. And most of these offerings you'll find, which actually will interest yourself and the rest of the people in the plenary, is in the back we're also partnering with other institutions, financial institutions, insurance institutions, SACCOs, whatever it takes, also international bodies, so that based on the KYC provided, you get access to the capability, if you want to call it the service product you're looking at. And one of the few things we are looking at for the likes of Safaricom is being offered, like lifestyle products, insurance. If you want to call it, we're even investigating being able to offer day insurance. Picture a situation where you want to travel from Nairobi to Kisumu, where I'm from, and you decide, I'm going to go by bus. Let me take insurance from Nairobi to Kisumu for this specific journey. Now, before, if I told you to do that, I'd have to walk over to an insurance company, I have to give all these details, paperwork, then I'm told I'll be vetted, come back in 2 days. I don't have that time. As we said, the customer no longer has the time. So they want to be able to do this thing on their phone. So you're looking at that. That is another thing that's coming in terms of the capabilities that's out there. The other capability, if you want technology that is also then comes into play for all of us, I know I'll just skim through it, is cybersecurity. Because as we want to offer these capabilities both locally and internationally, cybersecurity becomes integral. Because I need to know who you are. I need to be able to offer the service effectively and not have it being, if you want to call it, canoodled in the middle for one reason or the other. So being able to pick that piece up, identify, protect the information that we are collecting, effectively offer service. So those are some of the capabilities you find from a trends perspective that are leading the world. So it's open banking, things, being able to use artificial intelligence and machine learning, and also better understanding in terms of it from an international play, cybersecurity, because the more we offer this capability to our customers, the more they want. I mean, if you think about it, a couple of years ago, everyone was comfortable walking over to, and I'll use MultiChoice as an example. You go look for the closest MultiChoice shop to pay for DSTV. Now, no one wants to pay for that. They want it on their device and to pay for an immediate activation. Now, if you think about it from the technology that's working in the back end, there's a lot of collaboration and a lot of integration between the different players in place, because you can pay for that service through Safaricom M-Pesa. You can pay from the bank perspective, and you can also go directly to their site. And half the time, they're asking themselves, why do they have offices anymore to go and pay, considering all this is available? So very soon, we're going to see a situation where a lot of self-service is going to come into play, and that's where the technology is leading us more and more.
Thanks, Victor. You've mentioned quite a number of things, and we talk about the demand for instant, like you're saying, customers don't have the time to visit offices. You mentioned Land Rovers and letters. Often in the office, the people who are senior than us, talk about the passbook. The one that you used to go physically visit a branch with. Victor, let me come back to you and maybe you can extend some of the points before I switch over to Paul, which is, you've touched on some of the points, because every time technology is deployed, it has its own promise and perils, if I may put it that way. You talked about the need for strong cybersecurity safeguards. Talk to us around some of the lessons, perhaps interventions that you've implemented as mobile money providers to make sure that integration, the partnership that you're having with different players within the ecosystem is strong, is robust, because when customers demand instant convenient services, in a way the flip side for that is on yourselves as providers, ourselves as regulators, working together as a community to make sure that the platform is secure, is strong, is available. What are some of the things that are important in this discussion in that regard?
Well, I think you mentioned one of the most important, the fact that we go through this journey together with the regulator, because a lot of it is. Let me take a step back. The customer wants it immediately. They don't care until the day something happens. So it's always about we try and deploy a lot of technologies with also a risk eye, ideally to protect the customer. So you want a situation where, let me take things like cybersecurity. We do benchmark based on international standards. We do also at the same time mirror what we're seeing internationally based on policy. The same is discussed with the different players, because if for payments capability, if you think about it, every single, for example, shilling, as you mentioned when we started off, is actually banked somewhere, is accounted for somewhere. So we bring in our partners from the banking community, software partners, whether it's going to be your Oracles, your Microsofts, your Backbase, whatever it is that is being used, Huawei are brought in, and the solutions are actually reverse engineered. We try to reverse engineer them as best as we can. And the same reports are given to yourselves as the regulators yourself.
And by reverse engineer,
is to try and
some of us are not technology experts. Okay,
reverse engineer is when you try and see if you can break the solution yourself. So you work backwards. You try and look where the loopholes could be, where based on the requests, through the customer journey, is there any part that, as the system is running, somebody can take advantage of it? So it's literally playing bad cop on yourself, and you share the same reports with your collaborating partners and with the regulator. Then we come up with the remedial steps that can try and protect customers. So if you notice like capabilities that we have put in place, like for example, that's where you have things like Hakikisha coming into place. So like when you notice things like when you do a SIM swap, you're sent a one-time PIN. All these are security measures we put in place to try and protect customers. You notice, like for example, with banks, we've now instituted something called IMSI check. So the moment I'm speaking technology. Okay, it does a background check on the serial number of your number. So if there was a change, automatically we cut the link from your bank so that we try and minimize defraud from that perspective. These are capability provided to both banks and also, if you want to call it partners. And this is something that we're also taking yourselves as the regulator through. And all this is to try to provide protection to the customer, so that, because we have very ingenious, I'll use the word ingenious, individuals in country and internationally who are very good at being able to reverse engineer some of these things, solutions that we put in the market, and try and take advantage of them. So now we reached the point where now the one we're left with is what we call social engineering, which is again where we try and communicate a lot to our customers directly from Safaricom, through the banks, through insurance companies, through SACCOs, to warn them about being social engineered, because there's only so much technology you can use technology to protect, but there's an element where, as they say, it's the fault is between the user and the device, where that we cannot fully control. But as the more we educate the customer, the better we get at this. I don't know if I want to open it up also to Dennis to add if there's anything I could have missed.
And I think you're bang on. I think ethical hacking is even something you ingrain within the industry, so that then even as you build, so you want to build it from scratch with security in mind, right? As part of the architecture, it's part of the design. It is not an afterthought. We don't try and check security after. It is actually part of that what you do, and you'll find that then there's some roles within organizations that have become even more significant today than there were before. So if you think about your chief information security officers and all of that stuff, those were not positions that were very pronounced maybe 5 years ago. But today, there's no way you run an organization the scale of this without that incorporated. You will work with organizations that can also then do some penetration testings on what it is that you're doing. But as Victor says, I think a lot of ground has been covered. And again, in the collaboration, then you've got to understand that then if they infiltrate Safaricom, they can infiltrate me as well, because we have an integration. And I think this is where the collaborative question becomes inevitable, because then it's not just about him protecting his. He's got to realize he's now connected to me, and therefore vulnerability on his end could also amount to one on our side. And I think from a technology perspective, we have evolved for sure. But I think the one to flag is the one he last flagged there, which is the social engineering part. Because then I think that, and the industry continues to invest in education a lot. And even as an industry, KBA and all of that stuff, a lot of education. And I think we must continue to pass the message out there. That I've seen messages like Piniako Siriako, a guy is purporting to call from Equity and telling you we are doing an upgrade, so do 1, 2, 3, 4 and shortly. So I think that question of social engineering seems to be the frontier today that we are all battling with, and we continue to invest heavily again, because then at the end of the day we also have an obligation to then support our customers and to ring fence what it is that they are doing. So I think there's a lot of advancements, and the beauty about it is the fact that then as we continue to do these things, we see more capabilities unlocked and more opportunities continue to get unlocked.
Thank you, Victor and Dennis. For our non-Swahili speaking participants, Victor mentioned Hakikisha, which is Swahili for the English equivalent is like to verify, to confirm, which is a service that financial sector providers in Kenya give their customers, just to make sure that they give customers a chance to confirm and reconfirm that the transaction, the recipient that's displayed on their mobile device is indeed the correct one. We'll come back to some of those aspects around collaboration. What does technology mean from an infrastructure sharing perspective? Because that speaks to the issue around cost. I like the discussion around the strengthening the protection and resilience of the ecosystem, including the integration we have, our partners have, because that from our perspective is an important dimension of the stability of the system. But Paul from KDIC, if I may turn to you now on another dimension of stability. When you hear about this discussion around how the mobile money ecosystem has really transformed the way we conduct financial transactions and services in Kenya, the kind of players that are involved beyond banking institutions, what does this all mean from a KDIC perspective in terms of ensuring that the system is stable, is resilient, and ultimately, I think as I saw on the inside page of the brochure, a floating, what do you call this? That whatever customers are keeping in the institutions, they have the assurance that it's safe and it's available when they need it.
Thank you, Banagitao. I think for us, from the deposit insurance perspective, is that technology has both presented to us what I'll call the enablers of discharging our mandate, as well as also threats, because in the same breath that we have a lot of enabling opportunities, there are also threats that incorporated with it. Let me start with the enabling environment. When you look at deposit insurance protection, what is the real mandate, or what is the objective that we exist to do? One of the core objectives that deposit insurance exists to do is to ensure that we are able to avail the funds to the depositors when the bank has been found to be having a problem, and that is closed by Central Bank of Kenya, because we want to demystify that fear that exists within the depositor space by saying that your money is actually safe in the bank, and if for the most unfortunate event something happens which we did not foresee, and nobody could have foreseen that, look here, you are here, we are here, and we are going to cushion you, by giving you an upfront this amount of money that can help you, run your few errands as we sort out the bank. So now, technology has enabled us to do that. Today, we have been able to pay our depositors using technology, using the small amount of money, the 200,000, the 400,000, that is within the limit that technology has given us, say the Safaricom, for example, or the e-money, and we can quickly do that. Remember, when you pay through technology,
You are paying someone 200,000 shilling. You are paying someone 5,000 shilling. It's real-time money, as opposed to probably doing someone a check, doing someone, doing all those other, protocols of going through the brick and mortar banking system that is going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So I think I agree with the panelists that, what a customer needs right now is convenience. He needs technology has democratized the financial accessibility. I need my money today, I want that money now. And whatever need I have right now is not the same need I'm going to have in the next 10 minutes. Needs keep on shifting from minute to minute, from time to time. So technology has enabled us to make sure that we are able to reach our depositors within the shortest time possible. That is on a very positive front and something that we really love technology for. On the second side of technology, we have also been able to, get information that we are able to use to do some few analysis that we can see, yes, through this information, we are able to understand how the industry is working, how the industry is, progressing, the stresses the industry is going through, and the many other challenges. This is courtesy of technology. I know when we are receiving these reports, the kind of the reports that we receive and analyze within a very short period of time, cannot be done without the kind of the technology that we're having today. Yeah, I'm looking at the days maybe sometimes back when the kind of the technology we are not having, the artificial intelligence which they talked about, that is able to analyze and say, look, the trend analysis, this is how the bank has been progressing from this period to this period, all that done within, a click of a button. Is also an area where we believe as a deposit insurance, business, that the technology has really enabled us to meet our mandate. But let me talk about some few misses that also that comes with that technology. As they talked about the security threat, we're also not very safe. There's also the security aspect, which has also been facing us from the deposit insurance perspective. One of those security or threat is that I know sometimes back about 12 years ago when I was working in a bank, we used to do what we call stress testing. And the stress testing of a bank is that we'll say, for the next 7 days, how much money do we need to have as liquid cash, so that in the event of a bad rumor going around the bank, that maybe something bad is going to happen, we need to have to keep aside this amount of money to ensure that we'll be able to scale down that kind of rumor and demystify it. Today, what happened, I think, in this year, March this year, through Silicon Valley Bank. Within a very short period of time, we no longer need to talk about if there is a bad rumor, social engineering, something has happened, and it's all over in the media. Within 3 hours, Silicon Valley has lost massive money. And our biggest fear that technology has brought us. Yesterday, in a panel discussion here, I think Dr. Habil Olaka mentioned that, when he first saw the bank fail, it took him, some 3 to 4 days. By the time he reached that bank, he realized the bank has already been closed. Today, I myself, I can confess here that for the last, I think, 3 or 6 months, I've never gone to a bank. Yeah, my bank is actually what I'm holding here. And if there is anything that I feel like I'm convinced is a rumor that can be, to me, that rumor sounds to be legit, I simply need to move my money from that bank to another bank. So that's a real threat to us, because trying to deal with a bank run right now has become a real nightmare. It's a real nightmare that all of us need to think about, because people are working with their banks. As far as the colleagues here have just told us that they have made it very convenient, and they are thinking of that customer. When we look at backward, we are now saying, come on, the very enabling environment they are creating, that environment is also coming with its challenges, because running a bank today, from the financial stability perspective, has become a very fluid thing. It is very easy for a bank to be run just because of a rumor. In this country, we have history that tells us that there's a bank or two that was run because of a rumor, just because a blogger who did not agree with that bank or either personal things or something like that, decided to do a tweet, immediately, and that's status of technology. Everybody was like, wow, he agrees with that tweet. You're not there to decide what the customer wants to accept as true or not true. That time even central bank is not even given a chance to counter the tweet. You have no time. It's real time. People already shifted their money before you could realize it. Their bank is already bleeding. The bank is already on a run. So it's in both sides. Depends on which side of the coin that you are sitting. But I think we need to look at how we can leverage on technology and counter some of the threats that this technology is coming with. But for sure, technology is also coming with threats, and we need to focus on see how is it that we can actually leverage on the enabling environment to see how we can counter the threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for making that point go home quite clearly. I like your quote. People are working with their bank. If I can also just mention to you, again, coming from what Dennis mentioned in terms of the way this used to be done many decades ago, Land Rovers and passbooks. I remember reading one. Every year, the central bank publishes what we call an annual bank supervision report. So I think I was looking at one. I think this must have been one issued about 15 or 20 years ago. And part of the challenges listed in that annual bank supervision report was customers complaining of long queues. And I just couldn't help, it was quite tickling to see that actually was a challenge at the time. You'd go, queue for many hours, but now, people are working with their bank on their handheld device. And to Paul, your point, really technology is a double-edged sword. I think that's what you're saying. I'll ask that the panelists and whoever may be monitoring the online forum just to start preparing their questions or comments. And as we do the sort of last round for the panelists' intervention, then we can switch over to the people in the room and those who may be posing questions or comments on the online channel. And I'll request Mr. Mark Masai to start preparing for that in a few moments. I think maybe just to pick it from where Paul has left, if I may come to you, Dennis, and then to you, Victor, what does the future look like? If technology has enabled all these immense benefits, bringing services closer to the people, demystifying, democratizing the delivery of financial services, encouraging the kind of collaborations that we see between banks and mobile network operators, MNOs, and many others, including SACCOs, fintechs. The ecosystem is quite rich and diverse. I know, Victor, you talked a bit around how to minimize one side of that double-edged sword in terms of the cyber defenses. But where do we see the future going, Dennis, in terms of enhancing and deepening, strengthening that collaboration, perhaps maybe to mitigate some of the things that Paul has identified? You talked about social engineering, and the industry is doing a lot. Maybe we can do a lot more in terms of education. Where do you see the future going? Sharing infrastructure, lowering the cost, increasing the convenience, but strengthening the ecosystem. To your point, the ecosystem is only strong as its weakest link. I think that's why you left it, Dennis.
Africa is a pediatric continent, if you think about it. The average age is 19. There are stories you will give the generation, and you're talking about the future, about how we used to do banking, and they cannot relate. Today you tell your children that we used to stand on a booth to make a phone call, and sometimes I wished I took enough photos of the booth.
Not stand, a queue.
A queue behind the booth. When we started issuing debit cards, you'll be amazed, Gitao, that then that was such a moment when the inclusion happened that some of our customers would frame the debit card
instead of using it.
And then come and ask, why is it not working? And I think that's where we've come from. Passbooks was an interesting thing. Now, what do you think about the future being youthful? They do not have the baggage of loyalty that my parents were in location X. It has to work for me, and it has to work now. The barriers to shift will be low. Loyalty, I don't think, is going to be deep. And the effect on one entity might become an ecosystem effect as well. I mean, today when I think about what Paul does, many times we want to galvanize around Paul, because if one institution is seen to be coughing, then the run sometimes is not on the institution. Sometimes the run can be on an industry, and it must be then protected. And when I therefore think it that way, innovation will continue to be at the heart of it. Technology will play an even greater role. I think it will metamorphosize faster in the future than it has in the past. Collaborations, in my view, will not be a thing that you say you have the option of collaborating or not collaborating. It's either you're part of the ecosystem or you're out. And I guess survival will be pegged on knowing that then this is the value I bring to the ecosystem. This is my place, and I'm going to play it in the following ways. And I think that's going to be extremely very important. And I think possibilities continue happening. And the impatience and tolerance for friction, I think, continues to reduce as we go along. So I think we have to build that future with a pediatric nation in mind, and the youth for sure, who are now becoming entering into either the business world or the formal market, are going to be your key drivers. But I think it's also going to be extremely exciting, particularly for business. Because when I step back and ask myself, why do we do all these things and who do we do it for? I think we are facilitating entrepreneurs. We are facilitating MSMEs. We want to make it easier for interactions for trade to happen. MSMEs to be able to source locally and beyond the borders without friction. And also for their customers to be able to access it. I mean, e-commerce, you've seen, even as we started the COVID period, is becoming a thing. Because then I want to be home and I want to order for my pizza. And I think Victor gave the example of DSTV. The penalty is about to be hit, and I am disconnected. And before it gets to the net, I must be reconnected. And it will be the same thing. I want to buy stuff from China or from wherever it is. And logistics then becomes a thing. Last mile distribution continues to become a thing, and so on and so forth. So convenience is likely going to be at the heart of what the future looks like. Data is likely going to be at the heart of what it looks like. Insights from it is going to be at the heart of what it looks like. And it becomes then technology, not for the sake of technology, but it becomes business-led technology to solve for problems and opportunities identified.
Thank you, Dennis. Technology, not for technology's sake, but to facilitate businesses as an enabler for SMEs, for individuals, and for the different activities that we do. Victor, anything to add in that perspective? What does the future look like? And I wonder whether you can also just touch on some, practical use cases that you see pushing the frontier of how technology can be integrated into financial services and creating that dynamism.
Wow, you're giving all the hard questions to me. The future is, I think, as Dennis has mentioned, I like to call it, it's going to be social commerce. What I mean social, we're going to move away from, as we said earlier, point-based commerce. It's going to be social commerce, and the youth do not care. I think Dennis has mentioned the fact that there's no loyalty. For them, it's about convenience. So you're looking at a situation where now real-time payments starts becoming a big thing, not just in country or using for existing rails like what we have, ACH clearing now. You're talking about global instant payments. He who can provide that will win. And you look about, and I like the fact that we mentioned the word of ecosystem. So it's about whether think of banking or even transactions happening based within social media channels. This new generation does not want to leave the channel they're on to go back into whether it is going to be an MNO app or even a banking app to transact. They want to be able to do it wherever, whenever they are. So if you're in the middle of WhatsApp, and I feel like that's where I want to make a payment, that's where they want it. If it's going to be in the middle of Instagram or whatever the Instagram and WhatsApp will be in the next 10 years, that's where they'll want it. The big play, something we've seen already coming into play currently, and we've seen in some of our schools where we're giving our kids prepaid debit cards that they can use instead of giving them cash. We are training a generation that when they come out, for them, cash, they don't even know what, they'll start asking us, what talking about cash? Everything is digital for them. So seeing physical cash, it'll become like the rotary phone. They'll ask you, if you ever give one of these kids today a rotary phone, ask them to make a call, they'll look at you and like, okay, where's the screen? And just not knowing how to do that. So very soon, cash will go down, might go that way. For them, it's about digital, and it must be digital where I want it. And that is why the whole thing around the evolution around open banking and the journey that will take us down, wearables will become a trend. Like Dennis said, laminating cards. Soon, everything will be contactless. If you leave the country and you go to places like Bahrain, Dubai, no one whips out a card anymore. Everything is already tokenized onto their phone. So they walk around with their phone and they tap. In fact, if I asked many of us in the room right now, if you left your house and you left your wallet but you had your phone, would you go back home? But if you left your phone but you had your wallet with you, you'd still go back home. So that's where we're going. You find a situation where a lot of things have changed. It's moving, and where these kids will take us, the next generation will take us, as much as we move, we know, yes, we can see some of the indicators. We're going tokenization, we're going more wearables, we're going instant payments. Tells you, and social media tells you it's no longer going to be, you'll find a situation where all of us will just pick a marketplace and put our capabilities there, because that's where the customer wants it. They no longer want, I have to go and download your app and now give my fingerprints. No, pick my KYC from the central database that maybe we would have all given, but it's going to be yourself as a regulator, and offer me service. So those are some of what we see already in place, and obviously it comes with its risks, because it means data will be the next frontier. In fact, data is going to be the next play. He who controls data literally would control the market. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor. And just to touch on a point as we now turn to any questions or comments from the floor or the online participants, it's an important point that Paul made around even how we as financial sector regulators are using and deploying technology to enhance our own reporting, to make sure that it is prompt. In the central bank, we've instituted a technology-driven reporting system called the Enterprise Data Warehouse, which I know a number of regulators are using, because the flip side is that that dynamism that you're experiencing in the marketplace also needs to, in a way, be fed back in terms of how the reporting is done. We don't want to find out things, in a 12-hour cycle. Some things you want to know instantly. So that's yet another dimension of how technology can present a promise to how the financial sector ecosystem is organized. Let me pause and maybe turn to the MC to see if there are any questions or comments or interventions you'd like to make. You can direct them to any of the panelists, and please, if you can begin by telling us who you are and the institution you represent. Thank you. I see a hand.
I see her, and there's a question here as well. We can
Over
start
to you,
here,
Mark.
and I'll come over to you.
Okay, thank you. Dennis Nderito here from Caritas Microfinance. It would be maybe we wouldn't have finalized this discussion without touching, if we are talking about e-money and the future, there's the bit of central bank digital currency. Maybe you can highlight to us how does the future look like when it comes to the CBDC, and what are the limitations when it comes to CBDC, when it comes to the liability, e-commerce and e-money. Now liability lies squarely on the commercial banks. How will CBDC come in when it comes to the liability to now the CBK, and what are the limitations, and how are we going to counter that?
Mark, we can take a number, maybe 3 or 4, and then we can go on for another round.
All right, over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Njeri Gikonyo from Consolidated Bank. Mine is just a comment, and it has to do with creating, as Victor said, the next step is in social engineering. So I would have to say reasons why rumors spread is because people are trying to make sense of what is around them. So there's a lot of facts, and there's a bit of facts and a bit of guesswork. So for Safaricom, mine is to ask you, when you are doing your social engineering, remember the young people. I have a son who's 13 years old, and they have taken to the app, the M-Pesa app. They want the M-Pesa app and nothing else, by the way. They don't even want to carry money. Or like when they travel, there's a prepaid debit card from NCBA, which they tend to favor. So they are really taking up technology, even when it comes to the phones, you see they tend to favor the iPhone because iPhone keeps, changing itself and all that, latest technology. So please factor them in educating them so that we can avoid bank runs because of rumors.
Thank you for that comment. And Daniel, if you may just get it to the board chair. She has a comment, but we'll start here. I'm at this end. I know, Gitao, you can't see me, but I'm right behind you, and the camera will be able to locate where I am for this question or comment, and then we'll take the chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just thinking and wondering towards the question that Mr. Gitao asked, what the future looks like. And I'm thinking about the financial sector as an ecosystem. And in its entirety, we are talking about the changing environment. We have open banking, as the gentleman from Equity was talking about. And right now we have conversations around financial assets in the same ecosystem. While this conversation is happening across the globe, we as a country, we also tend to look at it from a domestic point of view, in that it was around June when the CBK actually said that it is not an issue that we are going to talk, or rather it is not a priority as such, if I may put it that way. But then we realize our banks are doing cross-border banking, and this is a reality we are coming to deal with. So the gentleman from Equity, maybe you probably would want to talk about the level of preparedness with our banks, and then of course, how are we looking at the risks that are associated with this? And then on the same, I would return it to Mr. Gitao, how we are prepared in addressing the financial stability of the digital assets, because it's a conversation we should be having. Thank you.
And now to our chairperson, she can ask a question.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for that very insightful and informative session. To Victor and Dennis, I would be happy to hear a comment towards the future of banking accounts, the way we know them, in view of the fact that currently Safaricom's app, M-Pesa, we can transact up to $500,000 a day. And it's very few Kenyans actually who transact that amount. And I don't need a bank account to open an M-Pesa account. And I can actually do with the M-Pesa account, and I'm using M-Pesa account just for example, it can be any other, to do anything else. I can save, can withdraw, I can bank, I can pay. What is the future of opening bank accounts the traditional way that we know? Thank you very much.
Perhaps we could respond to that round and then go for another.
Thank you, MC, and thank you to the interventions from the floor. So maybe I can just, while the panelists prepare themselves, Dennis, the chair's last question, the future of bank or deposit accounts as we know them. And then maybe, Victor, you can tackle Jerry's question around the social engineering, the education, and how can that be mitigated? Because you said you can protect the system so much, but it's between the user and the device. That space between the user and the, so maybe you can speak to that as well. And then in terms of the direct question on the central bank digital currencies, and maybe I can tie that up with the third intervention around financial stability of digital assets. So I think in a way touches on some of the points that Paul had mentioned around the double-edged sword nature of technology. So for those who may not be familiar, I don't want to assume, a lot of central banks are now piloting with so there are two types of digital currencies. One is a digital electronic currency that's issued by a private commercial player, and that's what we have in the sense of M-Pesa and many other mobile or electronic money systems. Because like I said at the beginning, I take 1,000 shillings in currency note and it's converted into a digital format. But it's a non-central bank doing it. And for that, there's a whole framework of how that is governed and regulated, and that's what we presently do. The raging debate globally and regionally around central bank digital currencies is when the central bank now does that. When you give me 1,000 shillings, I convert it into some electronic form and I issue it, much the same way in which e-money is done. So in that instance, the liability will be, like we said at the beginning, the liability is on the issuer of the electronic money, in this case, the central bank digital currency. So the central bank, like many other central banks globally, have been looking at this. We have published 2 reports or papers so far. There was a call for participation early last year. So in summary, so that we save time for others to respond and for other questions, it begins with looking at what's the research saying about it, and then the second phase of piloting, and then issuance. So last year we issued a paper just asking for the public to give us comments on what they think about central bank digital currency and other forms of digital financial assets. And the broad summary was, unlike in many other countries that have piloted and issued CBDCs, the Bahamas, Nigeria in Africa has done that, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. The case then is very different from here in Kenya, because in Kenya there is high financial inclusion. 8 out of 10 Kenyans have access to a financial service. The mobile and payments ecosystem is much more thriving than in many other countries. And taking all that we issued, I think someone referred to the paper that we issued in June 2nd of this year. It's available on the central bank website, where we said, as of now, we do not see an immediate compelling need to go to the next stage of piloting and potentially issuance. So that's where we stand at the moment. If you look at what has also happened globally over the last 12 months, the allure, the interest that CBDCs had about 2 or 3 years ago is also starting to reduce, partly because of what happened with in the US, the collapse of the CBDC FTX, the platform. So that's where we are at the moment. We continue to monitor developments across other African countries, collaborating with central banks that have issued to see what are the lessons we can learn. But at the moment, the current position is that we do not see an immediate compelling need as of now in the short term. Obviously, we continue to study how that is going to develop in the coming weeks and months. Victor, if I may turn to you on social engineering and education.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. So on the issue around youth, I think I'm happy to announce the fact that we do have a solution specifically for minors who are under 18. We call it M-Pesa Go. We did get approval from the central bank to roll it out to youth. It is actually a solution that is tagged to the parent's wallet. So you're able to see transactions that the kids are doing. Same look and feel like a normal, if you want to call it the M-Pesa app, but gives the kid, the children ability to see their own notifications. They see their own name, so they're now to see your name as a parent. And on the same platform, we'll also be communicating more and more to them directly in terms of how to be protected around being socially engineered. Same kind of information we share with yourselves as the adults, but now tuned towards them, speaking their own language. They speak a different kind of Sheng from the Sheng we know, so we're speaking to them in that language, and we hope with this you should see communication around this coming out within the next month or so. So that is a solution that we have in place for them. We are partnering with different banks, as you've even mentioned, NCBA, Equities, the Stanbics, to also provide services that are tailored to the children. But obviously, with total visibility given to the parents, obviously no transaction that is untoward is then authorized by the child alone. The parent is given the ability to approve limits, approve what the child can purchase, and even geolocate some of the capabilities. So you're able to say, let's say, for example, your child can only shop in Sarit Center because that's where they're going, and they can only do transactions between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. because that's when you know you dropped them there, for example. And we're picking up more and more cases from that perspective. But social engineering, again, as already mentioned, it is also a discussion we will encourage parents to have, because the capability we will offer will give, there's a parent side of the solution, and then there's M-Pesa Go part of it, which now the children will see. But it's also important, we will educate the parents in terms of also how to control their side of the app and how to empower the children. But as mentioned before, as much as we provide this information, there's an element where we are empowering the parent so they can also have this discussion with the children about financial literacy. Because I think we all mentioned, we try and think of all potential scenarios, but we are not perfect. So the more feedback we also get back from parents around this will help us improve these solutions. And also in terms of communication, because remember, communicating to minors is something that is regulated. So again, a lot of the information we'll try and pass through the parents so that it gets to the children, so that also we maintain a clear barrier so we do not also overly stimulate them from a financial perspective, but which already is kind of happening anyway. I hope I've covered that effectively.
Yes. The more you keep speaking, Victor, the more I think we're all it sounds like we're becoming extinct. You know, the language that your customers are using is different from our language. But let's hear from Dennis in terms of the deposit or bank account as we know it.
Yep, thanks. And I think that question was from the chair. I think banking will not look like what it has looked at before. No doubt. I think banking has evolved and continues to metamorphosize. And the question of will banks be relevant? Absolutely. They remain at the center of commerce. And I think for the record, I think even all the float we talk about must be backed up by the banking industry. The question of what continues to function must be then a question of responsiveness, must be a question of then being responsive to the customer need and being able to curate it according to that particular plan. When I look at the industry, there are many banks that are growing in terms of customer base. There's a lot of deposit growing on within the banking industry. Transactions anchored around lifestyle, paying of bills and all of that stuff continues to grow. But I think the challenge we take from the chair is that then the banking industry must continue to reinvent itself, must continue to innovate and must continue to do so. And I think every time I talk to my fellow bankers, they are acutely aware about that today, more than any other day. But when I think about then what gets us there, it's a beauty of competition. Because then competition pushes everybody to the edge and makes sure that then none of us sits comfortable, but we have to continue then making that particular contribution. And I think that is really what the challenge shall become. So I think the bank of the future must continue to be the one that innovates, miss greatly, delivers convenience, delivers all of those many wonderful things that we talked about. And yes, we see many accounts coming in, and I think there will many more will continue to come in the future. But we must respond to the customer's needs, as it were.
Paul, any addition? Yes?
Thank you, Banagita. I think I totally agree with Dennis. The banks will not close, but they will evolve into a different something else, which we have not maybe seen before. Mine is to add and say that, technology is here with us already. Technology is going nowhere. So it's the honors of all of us to change with technology. We cannot stop that change. It's here with us. We heard from the plenary that there are those children, whatever language they are speaking is not the language we are speaking anymore. You can, I think very recently I was telling my child about a check leaf, and it's like, what is this? I tried to explain what a check is. We're using all the language. He's not able to understand what a check leaf, what is it for? A paper, writing, all those things. And this is how we used to transact. Finally, to cut that story short, we did not agree. She could not understand, and that's where we are. So now I think, as I said, technology is a double sword, cutting both sides. What I see going forward is that it's for those people who are a bit more resistant. The customer has already moved and is on the go. The customer is gone. So the onus is on all of us who are participating in one way or the other to chase this customer. So if you are not in a position to be responsive to the customer need, then you will be left where you are. Whether you are a regulator like central bank, whether you are KDIC, whether you are equity, it has no boundary and respect to anybody. So it is there to go, and the onus is on us to move with technology. Look at how you will review your product to position them for a value proposition for that customer. You have to reposition your product. I think that's what the question the chair was asking. Now that she can operate her full portfolio in M-Pesa, does she require an account? I think, Dennis, you will respond to that by coming up with a different product that is able to meet the customer needs. Yeah? Same way to KDIC. The thinking we are having is that, yes, we cannot fight technology with all the challenges. Ours is to look at what kind of solution do we need to come up with to meet our customer at his or her point of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Maybe we can take another round of...
Yes, we can.
And maybe just to check whether there are any questions on the online platform so that we don't lose our audience there as well.
All right, we have two. I believe your question was answered. You're content, right? So we could start here. I'll come to you. We'll come to you as well. Then we'll go there.
Okay. Thank you, our panelists, for the extensive information you've provided so far. Mine was, there are two questions. One is on the M-Pesa, which...
If you could please just tell us your name.
My name is Arnold, KDIC. One is on M-Pesa. M-Pesa now has increased value, so it holds more money than when it started, when we had 70 or 140 thereabout. But there's a likelihood that a customer who holds money in M-Pesa or uses M-Pesa could suddenly, for example, be incapacitated or die, for example. What is the policy in M-Pesa around money that is left on M-Pesa, inactive for a period, and persistently goes inactive and unused over time? The other complication being the fact that you are going to to switch the SIM card to another user within 6 months. So if you look cumulatively since 2007 when you launched, how have you addressed that loophole? And then the other one is on to the equity gentleman. Banking has been very modernized and digitalized, but to the SMEs that utilize banking services, if you go to River Road, Tomboya, Moi Avenue, there are those that are doing businesses and they are still very manual in the way they do it. Have you thought about, isn't it time then that using your technology, you provide them with a platform where they can digitize their business and use software as a service that will make it much easier for you to evaluate them when they are coming for loans, when they are doing any banking with you, so you better understand, in a better way, you understand the kind of business they're doing, what is the challenge, why do they face challenge when they are coming, they take loans and can't pay. So I believe that's an area with a lot of potential. It's open to you banks to help and even other technology companies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ketem from StarChat. Mine is a quick question and relevant to the issue of the deposit insurance. We've seen what has happened and what has been spoken to about, particularly the size of wallet that the MNOs are holding for our customers. Is there a deposit insurance, particularly for the MNOs, in the event that one of them would go down?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Coletit from Citibank. I have two questions. One, To Victor, in terms of mobile, e-money, more so on mobile, what do you think about the cross-border payments? I know you have a lot to do with it, but I think we are seeing more of remittances in than payments out. So kindly expound more on that. And then number two, with open banking now becoming a reality, a lot of interconnectivity, interoperability, and such like things, what do we think about the cost?
Good afternoon. My name is Steve from KDIC. My question is around innovation and moral hazard. Dennis has alluded to the fact that if you leave your mobile at home, you're likely to stop the journey and go back for it. So in terms of addictions, and especially to the minors, where do we draw the line?
Any more?
There's one more here,
so
at the
that
back.
we can start to close.
Thank you very much. My name is Caleb Ngala from a community movement called Akiba Mashinani. Mine is on, we have a very good ideas, especially from Safaricom and the banks that are here, a very good idea. But the problem is sensitizing your customer. When it comes to sensitization is a very big problem. Today, we have something called data security that is a very big problem. How will you explain to someone in Mukuru kwa Jenga, in Madare, inside mwenye nauza mboga mwenye kufika class 8 to understand on this banking system and also to trust the process? So I'm kindly requesting you, it's high time we come out from the board meetings and go out there and reach out to the customers and let them understand all the importance of e-banking and also sensitization on cyber security. That I rest my case.
Do we rest our case there on the questions and
Yes,
respond? All right.
yes.
Over to you.
So that we can conclude shortly, a few minutes after 1 p.m. And Victor, if you may touch on some aspects of education, mitigate the risks of the perils of technology in terms of addiction. I want to be able to forget my home and not cancel my journey to go back and get it. Together with Dennis, maybe you can also touch a bit on the open banking, open finance costs around that. Victor, you can also touch on cross-border payments and deposit insurance for mobile wallets, especially now that it's operating with a higher mobile wallet limit of 500,000. And maybe, Dennis, you can touch on using technology to automate your service offering to merchants, software as a service, and also a specific question Victor was posed in terms of the policy on inactive or dormant balances. I know there's the unclaimed financial assets, but maybe you might want to touch on that. I'll begin with you, Victor, so that as you answer those questions, you can also give us your sort of closing or parting shot. And Dennis as well, responding but also closing, and then once you finish, Dennis, Paul, and then I'll conclude.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, so I'll go through the questions as you mentioned. So the first one I'll handle is on the money after death. We do, as regulated by central bank, follow the unclaimed assets, if you want to call it policies. So if a line, for example, had a balance, and the individual, as you said, deceased, and we have got to redistribute that line, all M-Pesa balances are normally then, if you want to call it, scrapped from that line and are reported as unclaimed assets. These are obviously remitted back to CBK through the unclaimed assets policy with the agreed timelines. So you can never find a situation where when a line is swapped, automatically the balance moves with it. Based on, I think, on the scenario that was shared. I hope that effectively does cater for that question. When it comes to wallet holdings and insurance for the same, a few things we did mention when we started the session is every single shilling that is on M-Pesa or even any MNO wallet has a trust account that is actually regulated by CBK. And if you noticed, I think a month ago, we brought our trust account capabilities and operations into country in accordance to the regulations by CBK, which means not only is that we do have trust account, which actually sits with some of the banks in place, and this is well reported and, if you want to call it, with oversight by CBK. So I think, yes, the opportunity for insurance open, but at least we do have the trust account in place, which means if today, God forbid, touch wood, anything was to happen to any of the MNO's wallets, there is, if you want to call it, a shilling value seated in a trust that can then sort that piece out. For e-money cross-border payments, IMT, yes, we are seeing these flows happening more and more. I'm sure there's even a report circulated by CBK in terms of the growth of this. We're looking north of $15 billion, and it's growing year on year at a rate about 40%. Dennis, keep me honest on that one. And you're seeing a lot of money coming in through this route. I can tell you there are normally two ways of settling this kind of remittances. You can settle through the bank, which means it goes into a bank account, or you can settle into a wallet. The whole process around international money transfer is also well regulated. The beauty about it is, as we keep saying, the payments world is evolving every day. So we are also learning and partnering with regulators even across the world in terms on this space, because it's a new revenue stream, it's a new payment capability available to customers. We're looking at now not just remittance for the sake of remittance, there's a remittance for a purpose, there's remittances coming in for gifting. So as it evolves, we work hand in hand between, again, banks, ourselves as the MNO, and also with the regulator to ensure that we do get this piece right. Obviously, to your question was, as this goes into open banking, what happens to the costs? I will not lie to you. There is no magic wand to tell us exactly how to price. But the beauty about it is there are a lot of discussions going on around this. As I mentioned, there's a paper that is in place from the central bank. We are all feeding back into it from the banks, MNOs, SACCOs, and all other players within the payment space. We will find I think we'll find a median at some point, or if you want to call a point of equilibrium in terms of how to charge, because you also don't want a situation where it is punitive to the customer. As we said, more capabilities, customers want real-time, if you want to call payments and settlement. And we're going, it's breaking geographical boundaries anyway. So it's happening not just within, when I say cross-border and international money transfer, it's not just Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, even Rwanda, no. You're talking about literally the entire globe being able to transact on the go, on the fly, at real time. So it's an ongoing journey. I'm sure most of some of the players in the room are part of the discussion, and I'm sure we'll get better at it. I think I've covered open banking, mobile addiction. I think, as I've mentioned earlier, it becomes a social responsibility, because there's only so much we can put in place from a regulation perspective, or even as an industry or an ecosystem. But remember, when it comes to things like addiction, the elements which we are not in control of. The fact that, for example, I look at my kids, they're on this thing called Roblox. Then there's Fortnite. And I know I'm speaking French to some people, but can you believe these capabilities? They're supposed to be video games, or they're games on the mobile phone, but they have chats in them. And in those chats, people are talking to our kids. So there's an element of social responsibility that we all need to go. I won't lie, sometimes I do miss that whole thing where we used to be a village where even the neighbor could discipline you. I miss it. I miss the moments where I hear about my kids have done, and I'm like, I wish they would have just been beaten before I got there, but that's a different story. But we need to all take responsibility for some of these things, because there's only so much, even as an MNO, that we can regulate. If I remember, we have got in Kenya perspective, we've got good bodies governing us. You've got communication authority governing us in terms of how much we can communicate to our customers. And as I mentioned, even how I can communicate to kids. We cannot communicate to your children without your consent. But you see, the thing is this: in Kenya, the policies will regulate what we can do. But the problem is what else our children are exposed to. I mean, for example, if I asked most of you, do you know right now, your phones, most of your smartphones have capability to stop browsing for your child. You can actually set it. Your child can't browse past a certain time. Some of the routers we've given you, even as Safaricom, have abilities for you to block internet in your household. But if you don't use these capabilities that we provided also, and we all don't invest in understanding some of the technologies, somebody out there who wants to, if you want to call it social engineer, or even have nefarious reasons or goals for our children, will get through to our children. They'll chat our children on these devices we give them. So I don't think it's something we can tell Mr. Gitao, come up with a policy, or Madam Chair, give us a policy to stop children from being able to use, you want to call it mobile devices, but it's a social responsibility we all need to take. Understand the technology that's coming out, and it's coming out in leaps and bounds. If I told you 5 years ago we're doing what you call host-to-host connectivity between banks, now we're doing APIs. Soon it'll change into something else. In your house, if I told you 5 years ago you'll be receiving 50 megabytes of internet in your house, would you believe me? You not believe me, but now you have it. Your mobile phone is now on 5G. You can stream, you can download larger files. Things, literally, I can tell you this, the bandwidth I have on my mobile phone right now is more than my first employer had when I joined them.
We won't ask which one and when.
Thank you. I think, I can hand it over to Dennis now. I think I've covered all the questions that were pertaining to me.
As Dennis comes in, I hear you, Victor, challenging us to come up with a different type of collaboration and partnership. It's providers can only do so much. Parents and caregivers also have a role in it. Dennis.
Yeah. Actually, on that issue of addiction, sometimes I reflect how many times my child is trying to get my attention and I'm busy myself on phone. And I'm then, after that, demanding of them what I cannot do myself. And I guess it will be a wider moral question. And parents cannot abdicate the responsibility. But I think that responsibility is more modeled than taught. Because maybe today the parents are asking for what they don't model themselves. But maybe story for another day. Open banking, and I think the gentleman just asking about the SME question is possibly also paraphrasing the chair's question, because it's a question of, so what's the relevance of banking to SMEs? And I think right at the beginning we talked about this is why we do this thing. And when I think about it, and really taking the equity view, for example, we don't just see ourselves as facilitating transactions only, but we see ourselves important and integral to their savings agenda, their transactions agenda, their insurance agenda, their borrowing agenda, their investment agenda. And maybe what we have prosecuted heavily has been the transactional agenda. But we are alive to their borrow needs, we are alive to their transaction need, we are alive to their insure need, we are alive to their invest need. And if you look at all that bundle, then we want to be relevant in more ways than one. And maybe part of it will even speak to the cost question. So if you think about digitizing these businesses, as my brother was asking, we have provided different tools. And earlier on I talked about things like Pay with Equity. The reason why we have made Pay with Equity free to receive payment for the millions of merchants who are on it is because we think we have a duty to reduce the barriers to digitization. Because then previously you would think about digitization comes at a cost, and we would want to remove that particular cost so that then we make it free to enter, easy to run. And when we do so, then what have we seen with the million merchants? The fact that they have accepted it and they start to transact on it then has given us useful data. That data, we have then gone ahead and assessed that data to then create even limits for borrowing for some of our SMEs. And honestly, if you think about it, and your typical SME guy, your supermarket and the shop in my estate, he's not looking for a big loan to do many things. They want to be sure that then when the truck of milk comes every day, they can stock sufficient for the demand they generate. When the bread comes, they can stock for sufficient demand for what they generate. When the guy trading in cement, and we can go to different use cases, then gets to do that, they want to be sure that then I can do so. So what have we done as an organization? We have then picked that data, and on the back of that data, we have assigned limits to every single outlet. And our message to them is never run out of stock. Because then I think sometimes stocking out kills the business greater than any other thing. Because then in stocking out, you lose credibility, you lose dependability, you lose reliability, and all of those many things. And as a bank, we want to say we have a balance sheet that we can support you with, so that then at every point in time, stock to the extent you require. And the delta between what you have as funds available and what you need is why we are there. We want to then plug that particular gap. And today we are supporting our merchants, for example, with lines of credit. We are supporting our agents with lines of credit. We are supporting SMEs with lines of credit. And this is not the conventional long-term lending. This is your cash flow lending based on your stocking needs and all of that. So that then, and the insights really are coming from our own data. And interestingly, Gita, we have found that then that asset portfolio is actually performing better in quality than your traditional lending. Because then that's where the daily relevance needs are. And that's what we want to uplift. And therefore, when I look at then this open banking, and I hope that then in a sense that also still answers Madam Chair on the question of what the role of banks is going to be. It's an account as an aggregation touch point for many other interventions that go beyond this. And when we look at this, the question of costs also then gets addressed in there. As I've said, when I look at my pay with equity, it's a nil cost. You don't need to be charged for it. I mean, go ahead and digitize and build it, and let's understand you better, and let's serve you even better. And my assessment of what it looks like ahead is that some of these costs are going to start coming lower, because then we're able to monetize from many other fronts, as opposed to monetizing on every single stream. And it becomes part of the value that we add into the business. And software as a service, and really adding these things. And really putting an SME box, so to speak, that enables you to do a couple of things. And marketplace conversations are now starting to become prevalent. That I want you to place your items on this marketplace. I want the world out there to know what is available. We want to use the agency distribution network as a fulfillment spot that I can then deliver in there, and within there payments capabilities and so on and so forth. So I think it's going to, we have an obligation, and we are executing that obligation. And I take the challenge of sensitizing must be done better, and we must talk about it even a whole lot better. And even on cross-border, because it's also important to state that then even we as banks are heavy on the cross-border, and whether it is about the corridor of receiving or it's a facilitation. Today we have many of our parents with their children out of the country, and they want to continue paying for that, and we are facilitating that. There are also those children when they are done with school and they want to send money back home, and that is also equally being facilitated. And I think Victor prosecuted that very well. It can settle either to your account, or it can also settle to your wallet, whichever that position is. And eventually, whether it settles to the bank, it may find itself to the wallet. When it goes to settles to the wallet, it may find itself to the bank. And for us, I think the commitment is to keep that corridor warm, and to keep that corridor with great experiences. And of course, I think, Victor, the challenge I'm hearing is, with the benefits of economies of scale, is it possible that then we can plow back to the enterprises that fund this? And the answer is, in my view, absolutely yes.
Thank you, Dennis. Paul, any closing comments as we wind down? I know we are past our 1 o'clock. We don't want to be the ones in between the audience and their lunch. But Paul, any closing comments?
Thank you. I think mine is that we are all in agreement that the technology is here with us, and the technology is going nowhere. So we have a duty and responsibility to change. There will be a lot of misinformation that comes with this technology. That responsibility rests with each one of us. You cannot, transfer that responsibility to anybody else. So for the plenary, I want to thank you and say that as KDIC, we will partner with the stakeholders, including yourself, to ensure that we are safer and stronger together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul. And I think just in closing, two more points that I forgot to mention. One on the stability of digital financial assets. On top of what I described, there's also some ongoing work between ourselves. The Financial Reporting Center, the FRC, is leading a task force that's looking into how to think about the stability and integrity of digital assets and virtual assets providers. There is a technical working group that's already doing some work. I think they issued a public questionnaire a few months back. It's been analyzed to look into how, whilst the other process I described is going on, that we think about the AML, CFT stability aspects of that. And I think the first questioner's point around the safety of whatever is in mobile wallets, if there's any strong and intrusive law I've ever come across in my domain, it's the law that requires Victor to segregate his funds for paying his power bills and rent with what is sitting in mobile wallets. It's so severe and intrusive that we require total segregation. And I think, as Dennis mentioned, his responsibility is to make sure that there is a one-to-one mirror between what Dennis is holding and, between what Victor is holding and what customers have deposited with him. E-money and banking in the 21st century, I think lots of has been said. There's been a lot of demystifying and democratization. I think points around safety and how the service and the use of technology can continue to be nimble. To Caleb's point there, around how we can continue to sensitize our customers on the promise and perils of technology. Talking about how to minimize the risks of this double-edged sword. And I think way forward, changing how we deliver services, reinventing ourselves, how we engage with our customers, and possibly even changing the language to speak in a different kind of Sheng, like Victor has said. Thank you very much for your participation and your attention. I hand it over back to the MC. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Mr. Gitao. Mr. Gitao Mburu has really given a good session there of moderation, had 2 rounds of Q&A. People are very invested in this in terms of the content as well as your panel. To Dennis and from Equity, Victor from Safaricom, and Paul who stepped in, he's from KDIC. We appreciate the session on e-commerce and e-economy, beg your pardon. And I'd just like to give an opportunity to Jackie, if she's ready, to gift the panel. She's from KDIC, and so she'd like to just, as is a tradition for all our panelists, to appreciate them and give them something, and we'll capture that. Not something in the Kenyan language, give them a gift, a takeaway, just for clarity, and we'll be capturing that with this gentleman here. And to Mr. Gitao, do not worry, people don't feel like you've kept them away from lunch because it is pouring. So you've kept them, from being drenched, but there will be a team that will support us as we transition to the lunch area, which is where we had it yesterday at the main dome, which is also attached to the exhibition area. So take your time. We will be helping out. The KDIC team is helping with handing out some umbrellas to get us there, and so we can just stand by kidogo that it goes down, and then. But now, Jackie, karibu, as you gift Mr. Gitao. And an applause can also anapata mbili. Okay. I mean, he has done a good job, so applause. And yes, asante sana. I think that's been captured. And Victor, just as you seated, Victor is next. Victor Odada from Safaricom. You can give an applause to that as well. Not that it will appear in the picture, but we just need to appreciate that. And also, as they get their gifts, tuja kusahau Dennis, hatujakuruka line, unapata pia. Dennis from Equity, that is your turn now. Dennis. And now you see the benefit of sitting in for someone. Paul was sitting in for Nzomo Mbithuka, sijui kama utamfikishia from FSD Kenya, lakini you deserve it. Asante, Jackie. And congratulations to the panel. As you can assume your seats, if probably you could take a picture of the panel as well, just there if they stand together, yeah, We have someone who's keen on getting that moment. To Victor, Dennis, as you exchange numbers, they want to capture this just for the panel. And so, yes, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, lunch is where we served yesterday at the main dome right there, and no need for vouchers today. Just go enjoy lunch. Since we're in 20 minutes into the lunch break, we'll be back here by 2:20 for the afternoon session. 2:20 for the afternoon session. It won't go more than 1 hour and a half, and we will be done. So please make it back by 2:20 after lunch. Enjoy lunch. No need for voucher. So, and the afternoon session will be on cooperation and collaboration for prompt bank resolution. And it will include David Irongo from KDIC, Jared Getenga from CIS Kenya, and Daniel Moema from CBK. So let's be seated by 2:20 to endelea the last session of the day. And as you walk out, someone will help you with an umbrella. Enjoy lunch.
you know, of Lagos. Gaga. You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly's instant corrections make your writing high quality and mistake-free, so you can focus on saying what you mean. Grammarly ensures you communicate clearly with fluency suggestions tailored specifically for you. See why 98% of multilingual speakers using Grammarly report that it helps them write in English fluently. You can also accelerate your productivity by using Grammarly to quickly compose and reply in your own voice. English writing made easy. Download for free at Grammarly.com.
Of Lagos.
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
It's Kayla on behalf of Grammarly to tell you all about the free version of the best communication assistant in the world. Millions have chosen to go beyond their default grammar checkers and use Grammarly. My cousin Izzy, a graphic designer, is one of them. Izzy loves how quick and reliable Grammarly is at providing feedback. Another reason Izzy signed up for Grammarly is its conciseness suggestions, something she wasn't getting from default grammar checkers. Grammarly notices wordiness and helps her rephrase this hard-to-read sentence with one click. Izzy also wants to feel like her tone is on point, so she uses Grammarly's tone detector to show how a reader may understand her writing. Here, Izzy's email is optimistic, friendly, and admiring. Izzy sends the email confident that it's mistake-free, concise, and on target. And what did it cost her? All of it was free.
Download for free at Grammarly.com. Grammarly, one of the best AI-powered tools.
Hold on to your seats, KE. The delicious, new What the Phantom mystery flavor is here. And a jib is determined to guess what it is. Could it be it's giving dessert vibes? It's fruity, it's fabulous, it's What the Fanta. Join the flavor hunt today and guess the flavor. Visit whatthefanta.co.ke for more.
Good afternoon. I hope nyote meshiba and you still have some space for tea after this afternoon session. The last but not least, we're on the last lap of this inaugural conference, and now that I see that we have our chair lady who's reconvened and director as well as CEO, they're ready to follow the conversation for this afternoon. I believe we can start, and we are at, I believe, 90% of what we were, if my math is not wrong, so we can start. So I'd like to call on the second, actually third session of the day, and our second panel here physically. We'll have a panel of 4, and amongst them will be the moderator who will take charge, and they would want to address cooperation and collaboration for prompt bank resolution. So I'll give the opportunity to our moderator and panelist as well to come and tell us the other people he's invited. In fact, he's added one other person, and this is quite a good addition, as you will see, because it's part of the ecosystem of collaboration and addressing the topic that is at hand. So Mr. Jared Getenga, as he takes to his position, is the Chief Executive Officer of CIS Kenya, whose mandate is to foster the generation and use of accurate credit information for the benefit of all participants in the credit market. There he is. Jared pioneered establishment of credit information sharing CIS mechanism in Kenya. He currently serves as a founding secretary, Africa Credit Information Sharing Association, and prior to that, he had a distinguished career as a bank supervisor and policy specialist at the Central Bank of Kenya, and later as a financial sector specialist at the World Bank's Financial and Legal Sector Technical Assistance Project. Now, he also had rewarding stints at statutory advisor, statutory manager, and liquidation agent at the Deposit Protection Fund, I should say, prior to its transformation to what we now know it as KDIC. Jared holds a BCom and MBA Finance from the University of Nairobi and has a number of risk management qualifications. He is passionate about contributing to financial sector stability in the interest of enhancing access to finance. So ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause to our panelist and moderator for the afternoon session as he introduces the rest of the panel that will be talking about cooperation and collaboration for prompt bank resolution. 45 minutes of discussion. We open it to the floor to ask questions. Karibu. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. I will not be alone in this conversation. I'll be welcoming to the panel one of the key officers at the KDIC. His name is David. You have his bio with you. David Irungu is the General Manager in charge of the Directorate of Resolution at KDIC, and he is really a very distinguished person in this space, having worked previously in various management positions in several commercial banks in Kenya, including the Cooperative Bank, the Housing Finance, the Consolidated Bank of Kenya, Equity Bank. Welcome, David. And you've also been a CEO of one of the microfinance institutions, MFB, and that's key microfinance bank. He oversees liquidation at KDIC of the 18 financial institutions or banks, as well as operations of subsidiaries of failed banks aimed at generating optimal returns for depositors and creditors. He holds a Bachelor's of Commerce degree in finance, Master's of Science degree in finance and investments. He's a CPAK, and he's a certified Prince 2 practitioner. So welcome and join us. Let's give him a hand as well. Thank you. David is going to play the key role in demystifying a very important aspect of financial sector stability to do with the resolution. To join us in this panel is a good friend of mine that I have worked with at the Central Bank before, Mr. Daniel Mugoima. Welcome, Daniel, to join us here. Daniel has worked in the Central Bank for a while now. He is in the Banking Supervision Department. I know that Daniel, before joining the Central Bank, worked as an auditor in a few of the big 4 players in the audit career. He is a senior portfolio manager at the Central Bank's Bank Supervision Department. He's in charge of licensing, regulating, supervising banks within his portfolio, as well as many other responsibilities. He has had a stint at the KDIC in its former capacity as the deposit insurance entity as a department of the Central Bank. He had major roles there to do with, again, the liquidation and related issues in that space. So we are in very good hands because Daniel will be helping us to see the connection between this function of resolution and other players in the financial sector. I also thought it would be appropriate to invite Hannah Ndarwa. Welcome, Hannah. Hannah is an advocate of the High Court. She has quite some interesting background as well. She, apart from being an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, she has had over 15 years experience in commercial and banking law, corporate governance, human resource management, alternative dispute resolution, and credit information sharing, among other areas of legal expertise. Hannah is currently the registrar and a lead mediator at Tatua Center. Tatua Center is an alternative dispute resolution center that was founded by CIS Kenya and which deals with credit-related disputes. We'll find the relevance of that in the course of discussing resolution this afternoon. And so let's give a round of applause for both Daniel and Hannah so that we can all feel free and welcome to this discussion. So let's go straight into the discussion so that we may save some time. I would like to begin by appreciating again KDIC leadership, the board and the management for inviting us to this very interesting Depositors Insurance Conference, which is the inaugural one, and we are really privileged as a team to be part of this. We want to commend KDIC for being bold to come out and talk about themselves, because it is only by explaining what you do that you also explain who you are. Actually, it is somebody who made a statement once and said, you know, you cannot say something about something unless you end up saying something about yourself. You need to be able to speak about yourself to be able to speak about something else. So we hope that in the course of this discussion, we will hear not just about KDIC, but we'll hear about the depositors, because this is a dissemination program. And I'd like us to tone down our conversation. I think during the morning, and it was a real technical discussion. So I'm going to ask my panelists, can you tone down the language a little, please? Let's talk to depositors. I know there are bankers in the room, but bankers, you are here now this afternoon in your capacity as depositors, not as bankers who have to think about all those issues of portfolio management, etc. Please tone down and let's talk about depositors. This is a depositors conference. And I'd like to start by thinking aloud and asking particularly David. You see, when I look at your mission, let's start with the vision, because I want to see the connection between the depositor and resolution. When I look at your mission as KDIC, I see a reliable, efficient deposit insurer and resolution authority. You are KDIC, and in KDIC it is about depositor insurance. Your name is Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. This is a depositors insurance conference. Where on earth does resolution come in? How does resolution feed into deposit insurance? What is this mysterious thing called resolution? What benefit is it to depositors? Aren't you just supposed to be protecting depositors' money? Where does resolution come in? I'd like you to start from there, demystify the concept of resolution, help us to see the full picture around resolution, then we'll move on to see the relationship KDIC has with others in the context of resolution and how disputes arise and are resolved in the course of this resolution process. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. As Jared have observed, all of us here are depositors, so I'll use one common word. Good afternoon, depositors. So, as we try to demystify this, it is one of the most misunderstood concepts of bank resolution. And when I met some people yesterday, they asked me, so you are the undertaker, when I introduced myself. And I hope the person is here because I promised by the end of the day today, we are not undertakers. We just seek to provide solutions to financial institutions that are in distress. And the financial institutions are the custodian of the depositors' money. So your money is in a bank. What should happen if the bank is in distress? We'll walk through a simple journey to try and demystify that. I know the MC has given us 45 minutes, so I'll try to use the shortest time possible to demystify that so that then we can have other panelists also giving us some highlights. So studio, if you could just display the 2 slides, because we'll walk it as a journey. And what I want is to use a little example. When we were preparing for this, our chairman here told us, speak from the heart, don't speak from what you have written. Because when you speak from the heart, you speak the reality. So I want us to compare a bank with a vehicle. For those of us who drive, when you have a vehicle, when it is new, it is okay. You wake up in the morning, you start it off, and you start the journey. You go where you want and come back. The only thing you'll need to do is to ensure it has fuel, it is serviced at the regular intervals, and occasionally you check the pressure. And life is good. Then, one day you may wake up and realize that that vehicle has refused to start. At that point, your first call, or even before you get there, after one day in servicing, your mechanic tells you, we need to change some few things in your vehicle. Maybe the next service. You may decide to change or to ignore because it continues being on the road. Then it continues. Then a day it stalls. So the first call is your mechanic who will tell you we need to do diagnosis and see what is ailing your vehicle. At that point when it stalls, the vehicle would be out of the road. Then the mechanic will look at it and give you a list of the things that you need to repair. You'll have no choice other than to do that. Because if you don't do that, then that vehicle becomes a wreck. So the same journey that you look as we look to understand the bank resolution, you'll be able to relate with that as we go. So a bank also has a life cycle in that screen that you see there. It starts by being licensed. When a bank is licensed, it starts operating, goes to the public, looks for deposits, rates money, and offers all the normal banking services. That time, everything is okay. So there is the licensing, which in my screen there, it is blue. Then when everything is good, it is green. That's when you are servicing the vehicle and it can take you anywhere you want. Then all of a sudden, the car changes. Problems start. It cannot start in the morning, so the bank is starting to have some problems. That is when now the resolution comes in. You try to address why is the bank not able to meet the commitments it made to the depositors. Then there is an engagement between the Central Bank of Kenya to try and address that problem. If then that engagement does not yield results, it transitions to the next level, where now there is KDIC comes in. And it comes in to try and see these problems that have been there and have persisted and have not been resolved. What can we do to ensure that then the depositor's money is not at risk? That is where now KDIC comes in, to ensure then the depositors will continue accessing their money and the financial system or the economy is not at risk. Then from there now, we go to this, what we call the bank resolution. In very simple terms, it's just finding a solution to a financial institution that is under distress in order to restore normalcy, to ensure that that institution continues offering the normal banking services that it was required to do. It is usually a journey. And it starts at a point when there are signs, that amber that I showed, where now we say that the first thing is to do what we call prompt corrective actions. Take the retail meaning of that. You are taking corrective actions promptly. More often than not, this is a preserve of the Central Bank of Kenya. I know my friend Daniel will talk about it. And there it involves looking at the challenges that have happened and how do you deal with them. It involves things like maybe the bank needs to change its management because the performance has not been good. Maybe the central bank have done an inspection and the rating is not impressive. So are there issues to do with governance? Do you need to change even the board of directors? Sometimes the capital has been eroded. Do we need to put in more capital? So those are the activities that happen. If they don't then take place, some of them are voluntary, others are mandatory. So if then those activities are not undertaken within the agreed time frame, we move to the next stage. This is where now KDIC comes in, and after central bank realizing the problem has persisted, and there is need now to have another eye take over and try to address the real challenges. And at that point is when you'll hear a bank has been put in receivership and KDIC has been appointed as the receiver. Basically at that stage, the bank has stalled. It's a vehicle that has stalled. It has to get out of the road. And what does mean getting out of the road for the bank is that it will stop in a short while offering the normal banking services. And then we do the diagnosis. And when we do the diagnosis, we'll see what is exactly ailing the bank. That is when you'll see maybe it has liquidity problems. Maybe that's why it is not able to pay depositors when they come for their money. It could be insolvent. It has had a lot of losses, so the capital is eroded. What it owes as assets, what we call assets, are less than what it are less than the liabilities, what people claim from it. Or also the bank could have engaged in some malpractices. For example, if the bank encourages money laundering, it encourages money laundering, counterterrorism financing, all those things. So at receivership, where KDIC comes in, is to try and analyze that and then give a resolution on the best way forward. How can that problem be addressed to ensure that then the bank goes back to business and offers the banking services as it was envisioned? And that stage is usually also time-bound. There are timelines which we must make that decision. Because our interest is to ensure that the depositors continue accessing their money with minimal disruption. Sometimes the solution prescribed may work. And when they work, the bank goes back to business. If they don't work, then we say now, in the interest of protecting the depositors, not only for that bank, but even for other banks, we'll go to the other stage, which we call liquidation. This is now where now the bank has no other option. We have tried to revive it, but it has not worked. At that point, what you focus on is then closing down the bank completely. You pay the depositors their money. Yesterday and today we have talked about the protected amount, the 500. That comes at that stage 3, where we'll pay the 500,000. And after that, we engage the depositors and the borrowers. Because a bank has two critical players. It has the depositor who put in the money there, and it has a borrower who did not have money and went and borrowed that money that a depositor had put. So that borrower, even when the bank collapses, is expected to continue paying so that the depositor can get their money. So after we pay the 500, then they will engage the borrower to continue paying their own so that we can accumulate more money and pay the depositor. So this is what we call bank resolution, is that journey. A journey that starts when there were small signs, either when they are addressed, the bank is still open, prompt corrective action. If those problems were not addressed, you go to receivership, do detailed diagnosis of the institution, prescribe the solution. If the solution is implemented, the bank goes back to business. The solution can be implemented wholly or partly. When it is implemented wholly, you don't go to liquidation. Where it is not implemented partly, then whatever remains, you go to liquidation. And at liquidation, all what we are doing is to realize or to sell the assets of this bank and pay the depositors and the creditors. So that becomes the journey of what we call bank resolution. So bank resolution does not mean closing down a bank. It means identifying a bank that is facing challenges. Anyone, even human beings, we face healthy challenges. Trying to address those challenges in a timely manner to ensure that then the depositors continue accessing their money. In the worst case scenario, if then that challenge is not addressed, then close down the bank to avoid that effect spreading to the entire system and embark on paying the depositors, by initially paying them 500 and recovering more money from the borrowers and continue paying them. So in a nutshell, I hope I've tried to demystify to my depositors what bank resolution is. Back to you, Gerard.
Thank you very much. That is really very well explained. I gather that this is a role that you share partly with the central bank, especially on the early phases of resolution. So probably one of the people who will be the first to notice a problem in a bank will be a bank supervisor. I know that as a KDIC, you are also monitoring the health of all banks. And so as soon as you observe something, I believe you will be in touch with the central bank to consult on what the state of that situation is. And before I hand over to my colleague, my former colleague at the central bank, I'm also fortunate to have been at the KDIC, so I see the two sides of the coin. I would like to ask you, David, before we hand over to Daniel, if indeed debt collection is a key role where you have taken over an institution, what do you see as the biggest challenge in converting those loans into liquidity that can offset depositors' obligations? And I just looked at, as you answered that question, I looked at your strategic plan, which just ended, I think 2018 to 2023, and I saw that there was an intention to ensure that you increase debt recovery rate from 20% in 2018 to 30% in 2023. Those are ambitious objectives, but it also already demonstrates that there must be significant challenges. You are not talking about 100% collection of the loan portfolio. What are the issues? How far did you go, first of all, in improving the collection rate, and what are some of the challenges that you come across?
Thank you, Gerard. First, the easiest one is the last one. We did go above the 30%, and we did go up to almost 40%.
Why don't we give them a clap? They deserve a clap for passing their target. You went up to 40%.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
When it comes to a bank that has been closed down, one of the things you also need to demystify as depositors and borrowers, when a bank collapses, if you owe money to that bank, you still have a responsibility of paying money back to that bank. It's only that that bank has closed the door, but your debt is not extinguished. And KDIC will continue following you up, because ideally KDIC is appointed as the liquidator, or to oversee the activities of that bank that has been removed from the normal system until the end. And one of the critical roles we play is correction of those debts that were owed by the people who had borrowed. That where that correction is important, that is the money that will eventually pay the depositors. So when we pay the 500, we will declare additional payments.
I hope you mean 500,000.
Yes, 500,000.
Okay.
We'll declare additional payments as we correct. But those additional payments only comes from the money that we correct from the people who owed these banks. That process of correcting money has its own challenges. One, the biggest challenge is that, as I've said, there is perception that a bank ceases to exist. You no longer find it where it used to be, and so no one should demand money from you. Now, as you interact with people, tell them, if you owe the money from any of the banks that has collapsed, please go to KDIC at UAP Old Mutual, specifically 16th floor, and agree with them on how you'll continue paying your money. Then in correcting that money, the second challenge is that people dispute those debts. When they dispute the debts, we have then to engage and see how best do we get a solution. But also sometimes we want also them to come to us. So the first thing we'll do with those people who owed debts is to list them with CLB. You know why? When you are listed in CLB, you'll go and realize your name is appearing. And you'll start finding out which is the institution that has listed me. Then you hear it is Chase Bank, it is Imperial, it is Dubai. That bank closed. The bank closed its doors, but it still exists on paper as a company. So we list you with CLB. So that is one of the methods that we use. Two, also we engage and discuss. Maybe along the discussion, that will also be an area of highlight. We engage and discuss. For those who are willing, they'll come to us and we reach an amicable settlement on how they'll pay. Then those who are not willing and we held assets, will seek to sell their assets.
I think this is getting very worrying
Yes.
now.
Yes.
And before you go further, because I can see we are getting a little depressed about the possibility of now you are going into debt collection. Why don't we get some hope from Daniel first, that this doesn't have to be the case, and we'll come back to look at those challenges. So that Daniel tells us, what does central bank do to ensure that we don't reach this stage where now we're having, a friction between KDIC, who wasn't even the lender, KDIC has just taken over a bank and now is getting into friction with somebody who interacted with someone else. What does CBK do, and to what extent are you successful in mitigating this situation? And who are other players in the financial sector space who are collaborators in mitigating this risk?
Thank you, Gerard. Thank you, David. And thank you, Depositors. And we are happy to be here to share insights and our experiences as we look after the banking sector. Now, one of the mandates of the central bank is to ensure there is financial stability in the country. And this is aimed at, this is achieved by fostering liquidity, solvency, and proper functioning of a market-based financial system. Now, for us to do this, we have a framework with certain objectives. Some of the principal objective being, we want the economy to have a sound banking system that is safe and that has integrity. Number two, we want to ensure that there is minimal disruption to the financial system. We also want the public to have confidence in the banking system and the wider financial sector. So for us to achieve all that, we have been given certain tools by the law. There's the Central Bank Act, there's the Banking Act. We also have certain regulations that we use to ensure that banks run in a prudent manner, and depositors' funds as well as creditors are not put at risk by any malpractice or unintended practices. So we regulate the banking sector by doing what we call inspections, by regulating, and by issuing certain directions, and ensuring there is full compliance with the law and the regulations that are issued from time to time. From the Bank Supervision Department, we do supervise banks, and we do this by what we call off-site surveillance as well as on-site surveillance. When we talk about off-site surveillance, we require banks to periodically communicate about their activities to us. And this we do at times by requiring them to give us certain information in form of returns and others electronically. We look at these returns from the offices and they help us determine the direction or the health of the institution. Periodically, depending on our assessment of the risk an institution carries, we pay them on-site visits so that we can interact with the management, look at the systems, look at their policies, look at their corporate governance, interact even at the level of the board, just to make sure that the institutions are being run in a prudent manner and they meet all the parameters that the regulator has set that ensures they do not go beyond what they are required to do. So we also do issue periodic reports to the institutions, bringing out areas that may require their attention to be addressed to ensure that the safety and soundness of the sector is maintained. Now, we have what we call as periodic assessments of the health of these institutions. So we do apply certain parameters, and we don't want maybe to go to the technical terms, that allow us to assess the health of an institution in terms of its performance as well as the risk parameters. And if we feel a bank is not meeting the set standards, then we've also been given certain powers by the law to take corrective actions. If a bank is being run in a risky and reckless manner, again, we also have certain tools that we use to make sure that things are brought back to normal. And that's bringing us to what my colleague David mentioned about corrective actions, prompt corrective actions. These are a series of actions that are taken depending on the severity, possibly of a violation or of a deviation from the norm, or a deviation from what we would consider to be prudent. And the increase in severity depending on the magnitude of the weakness or an issue that has been identified, and it may pose a risk either to the smooth running of the bank itself, or it may pose a risk to the financial system. And that is why we are called regulators, because we ensure you don't exceed the limits that have been set by the law and also best practices worldwide. So in terms of, we are the primary regulators of banks and microfinance banks, but also other participants in the financial sector. Basically, for example, forex bureaus, money remittance providers, etc., etc. But primarily, relating to today's conversation, is basically those institutions that take deposits from the public.
I'd like to interrupt you slightly there and ask a question. I noticed that in the 80s and in the 1990s, the rate of bank failures was significantly higher. You can correct me if I'm wrong, than it has been post the 2000 era. If that's correct, let me know if it is not. And if it is true that there were more bank failures in the old century, would you confirm whether, it's partly because of the effectiveness of the banking supervision that we are seeing less and less bank failures? And also, are there certain banks now which are getting into some element of trouble, but because of the prompt corrective action, we are seeing a reversal their performance, so that they do not have to get into the distress situation.
Thank you, Gerard, and your observation is right. In the 80s and coming to early 90s, I think we had a series of bank failures. Maybe the numbers were higher then, but as you know, banking has evolved over time. So has regulation and supervision, including review of the laws and also the regulations to be in tandem with the current undertakings or risk-taking activities of these institutions. You realize, if you, and David possibly is aware of this, if you looked at those bank failures, most of them may have been caused by weak corporate governance in the institutions. But over time, and from what has been learned, the experience learned from those failures, there have been several reforms and reviews of the law to ensure that there is proper corporate governance in institutions. The boards, the risk management frameworks, the policies and procedures, we've ensured that they work against any malpractices. They ensure that banks are run in a prudent manner, and we ensure that you know, the strategic objectives of those banks are met.
So I now get one point from the two of you, is that as long as banks are well supervised and they are well monitored by CBK and KDIC respectively, and they continue to support KDIC through these premiums that they pay, all banks, whether in good or whatever health situation, will support KDIC through annual premiums, and so those premiums are intended to protect the depositor. The desire of the two institutions is that no institution should reach a stage where it is unable to pay their depositors. And if such a situation arises, the first protection that depositors have is that KDIC is already collecting premiums from all banks to guarantee the depositor at least the first 500,000 of their deposit instantly upon taking over of the institution. And that is why depositors should be very, very confident about placing their money in banks, because the central bank is observing and KDIC is monitoring, and should anything go wrong, there is sufficient liquidity within the KDIC to provide a cushion for all depositors, at least for the first 500,000. And should there be unpaid deposits after the first 500,000 is paid, then KDIC is also confirming that they are chasing the loanees so that they can supplement their liquidity to be able to pay the rest of the depositors. But from what I have heard, there are circumstances under which KDIC will run into some challenges with the depositors who, or rather loanees, who first assume, the first category, assume that because the institution has failed, they don't have to pay their loans, and we are being told loudly and clearly here that there is no running away from your obligations. KDIC will make every effort. Now, David did mention something about CRB, and I began to wonder whether you only submit information to CRB if I default. If I'm paying my loans with the bank that collapsed, can I benefit from positive information submitted to the CRB about my diligence in paying my loan at KDIC?
Yes. Well, what happens is that at the point when we take over the bank, then we'll give you all the necessary notices, so that if you are paying, we will list you positively. But I also need to make it clear that some of those banks also previously were also listing. So when we take over the data, we just confirm. So if you are not paying and you start paying, we'll update your status. and show that then you are paying. So it's both positive and negative.
Fantastic. I asked that question because I know Hannah works at CIS Kenya and in Tatua Center, where at CIS Kenya we are very interested in seeing that the credit bureaus get a comprehensive information, so they are not just collecting negative data, but their positive information can be used to their advantage to allow them to borrow elsewhere because they are perceived to be good payers. And so we'll be winding up our discussion by bringing in Hannah, and then I'll give a quick round for any thoughts that you may have in conclusion. Hannah, David mentioned that one of the challenges they face is disputes with borrowers. And perhaps some of those disputes could be resolved without having to have a very adversarial. And that is why I stopped David, because I felt it might look very adversarial, as though that's the only way that it must end up. Hannah has got a lot of expertise in the area of alternative dispute resolution. As a potential partner to KDIC, how do you see Tatua Center and other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms and organizations partnering to demystify this issue of disputes? Are there ways in which we can avoid very adversarial tools like going to court, or is it okay? We should just all of us troop to court and solve our problems there. Maybe you can give us an idea how alternative dispute resolution works in this country. How is it, on what structures is it based? Is it helpful? Then we'll come back just to get some quick rounds of conclusion.
Thank you, Jared. Yes, it is true that our lawmakers had seen this problem arising. And so our constitution is very clear, Article 159, that courts are called upon to promote ADR, that is alternative dispute resolution, and they are told to promote reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, and traditional methods of dispute resolution. So under that provision, courts have already implemented through the Civil Procedure Act court-annexed mediation. And I'm sure bankers are familiar with court-annexed mediation. It flows from the Constitution to the Civil Procedure Act, and so courts are able to refer disputes for mediation now. And I'm sure KDIC is familiar with that process where disputes are taken to court, but then you are told, instead of having your dispute resolved here, please go to court. Go to mediation. And you're given a panel of mediators to choose from. So Tatua Center is one of those institutions that is offering mediation. And so we have also been called upon to resolve such disputes. And I know we have interacted with KDIC in that regard. And so for me, it is really to encourage institutions and also KDIC, especially in terms of the legal provisions within the Act. Do you have provision for ADR? Because it flows from somewhere. So for example, in the loan contracts that borrowers are signing with banks, I know there are provisions for arbitration, but you need to come down one level where mediation can be done, because the difference between mediation and arbitration is that arbitration is just like a private court, but mediation is where the parties are responsible for resolving their dispute, and they are assisted to do that by a third party who is a trained and accredited mediator. And so it is a very amiable process. It is a very friendly process. It is very non-formal. And so I would encourage institutions and KDIC ensure that the law under which disputes are being resolved has provision for ADR. That is my starting point.
Thank you very much. I agree with Hannah because I have been privileged to be part of the Tatua Center myself, and it was just last week that she assigned me a matter. She's my boss in Tatua. So she assigned me a matter with one live bank, which potentially would have ended up in court. And within the first 30 minutes of the mediation process, some things which were not known to the parties emerged. Sometimes bank setting, you don't get to know all the facts about your customer. Or sometimes customers are dealing with different types of people. When they come to the bank, they will deal with this manager. Tomorrow they deal with another. Sometimes there is no continuity of information. Within the first 30 minutes of that discussion, information arose that to the bank was very fundamental. And they said they were willing to examine that, re-examine that loan to the benefit of the consumer, of the borrower, because now they realize certain factors that it's not always that it will be the bank that will yield some ground in a mediation. Sometimes it's the borrower who did not understand certain obligations, and when in a mediation setting certain things emerge, they are able to see where they had misunderstood that contractual relationship. And sometimes it's a give and take. Both of them, both parties will agree that now it is time for us to probably find a middle ground, when in the past they were holding very, very strong positions. So mediation works. That's really what we want to emphasize. And Tatua Center is one of those centers where you can get some of those resolutions done. I'd like to now do a quick concluding opportunity to ask David here, what are some of the tools, other than, of course, court, or other than, what are some of the tools you use to ensure resolution, effective resolution? Who are some of the parties that you may want to mention as partners? And then we'll just look at the collaborations that KDIC has with other, if there is any that you have not mentioned, so that we see how resolution can be smoothened and how other partners can also contribute.
Thank you, Gerard. The first thing is that as KDIC, we have fully embraced alternative dispute resolution. It is well anchored even in our internal policies and procedures. So as depositors, tell the people who are fearing, KDIC is willing to mediate, to negotiate, and reach an amicable settlement on that. It is well anchored and it is clear, and a right to the National Alternative Dispute Resolution Framework. Now, in this process, we also engage several parties. We don't work on it alone. Other than the central bank, you see, when we are doing the bank resolution, there are two important things we do. We try to trace all the assets of an institution that has failed. And in tracing those, when we trace them, we preserve to ensure they are not interfered with. Then after preservation, the third step is to realize. Realization may mean negotiating or foreclosure or selling those assets. That process, we work with both private and government agencies. It is important to note that there are several government agencies we work with. Among them includes, of course, the courts, the judiciary system, because it's the default when there is a dispute. We also work with some who help us to trace the assets, specifically Ministry of Lands, National Transport Authority, because for bankers, most of the securities that you hold is either RAD or motor vehicles. And also Nairobi Securities Exchange for those who have pledged their shares. We also work with other investigative arms of the government to help us trace these assets. That includes Bank Fraud Department at the Central Bank, DCI. We work also with Asset Recovery Center. I've talked about CLB, who helps us to bring the data to us. And we also work with Financial Reporting Center. And most of them is to help, among others, those are just a few, is to help us to get these assets. And it's also important to note that there are other regulators other than Central Bank who are so critical in this process. Because you realize the financial landscape has evolved. And there are some of the banks, even if they are in distress, they also have subsidiaries which are regulated by different entities. For example, if you have a bank assurance, the bankers know what I'm talking about. The bancassurance arm is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. If you have pension fund managers, you are the Retirement Benefit Authority. So we work with all of them to ensure that any resolution decision we make, as we try to resolve the bank, then we don't negatively impact on the other subsidiary, because all of us are working towards ensuring that the decision that we make ensures continuity and stability in the financial system.
Very much. Thank you, David. And now, just maybe I want to catch you off guard. I see whether I can catch you off guard on this question. When I looked at your strategic plan, I saw that by 2023, you were hoping to develop a debt factoring policy. Did you achieve that?
Yes, we have guidelines on debt factoring.
I thought I would catch you off guard. Okay.
And it is working. So what, and in several forums, I've told banks that also we have very good loans. You can come and check on them, take them over, and give those borrowers a longer repayment period, which you are not able to give as a liquidators. So that helps us to unlock the money for depositors early enough, so that then we can pay the depositors. Why is it so important for us to do this? Maybe I just need to give this insight, which I would give an area, is that as we see today, over 93,000 depositors are looking upon us to collect money and pay them. They actually owed by the corrupt banks around 91 billion. And this money is owed by these borrowers. So that's why now we look at all those methods to ensure that they're doing do that. But the good thing is that out of that 93,000 depositors, for the declared payments in the last 5 years, if all of them came, we would have to claim, we would have paid around 30,000, fully compensated them. So also, as you sit there, as a depositor, tell the depositors of this corrupt bank, check with KDIC whether your bank is making additional payments. Because we also want to make it appealed and make it clear, clarify to the depositors. When you get the 500, or those who got the 100, it was not the end of it. Some of them have still some money that they can come and get paid for their deposits.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Daniel, when I once worked in the predecessor to KDIC, I was put in charge of a bank which had, as part of its group of companies, an insurance company. So that the failure of this bank seemed to also impact the stability of the insurance company, and there was a lot of interconnected transactions between the bank and the insurance company. My question to you as a regulator is, to what extent do you collaborate with other regulators to ensure that a group of companies that has got relationships across the financial sector is comprehensively oversighted, and in the case of difficulty in one of the different entities, that the regulators are jointly involved in finding solutions?
Thank you, Gerard. Indeed, you are right, and the central bank collaborates with the other financial sector regulators, like the Insurance Regulatory Authority, the Capital Markets Authority, the Retirement Benefits Authority, and we have a forum called the Domestic Financial Regulators Forum, which is used for exchange and sharing of information. We also have existing MOUs with the other regulators, which allow us to share and to share information, and also sets the framework under which we can engage if there is a requirement and a resolution exercise. So we can share data, we can share information, and we can actually sit down and agree on a way to resolve a financial conglomerate that minimizes the costs and the impact on the financial sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will ask Hannah the last question. Maybe I will put you on the spot on this one. Two things. One, how successful do you think Tatua Center has been? But more importantly, can you recall any particular dispute that you have had to resolve that, in your opinion, was a big asset in terms of the for both parties? Just by a quick illustration, that maybe there was an issue that was resolved in a mediation that assisted the lender and the borrower perhaps to find a middle ground. I don't know how much summary you can give to such a situation, so that we demonstrate practically that mediation works, alternative dispute resolution works. So success rate and an example. Then I will ask Mark if he can kindly pick out a few questions for us before we wind up.
Thank you, Jared. In terms of Tatua Center's statistics, we have an average of 200 disputes per annum, and that is, in our view, quite low, but it is largely because disputes are driven by customers. It is unlikely that a bank will first initiate the resolution of disputes through Tatua Center. Now they are trying to do that because they are changing their loan forms to ensure that mediation is provided for and that they have an option to refer a dispute to Tatua Center. So that has been a journey. But currently we do have around 200 disputes per annum resolved at Tatua Center. And I would say that there is a very big knowledge gap in terms of awareness. Awareness is very expensive, and I know a lot of people today spoke about awareness. Awareness is very critical in these operations, but yet it is very expensive. So we have tried to run a number of radio campaigns and social media campaigns, but the information, it is just a tip on the iceberg. The number of public people who know about Tatua Center are still very few. And so you are our ambassadors out there. Let them know that if they have issues to do with credit, they can refer their disputes to Tatua Center, and we will be able to do that, to resolve them all, to facilitate that. Just to mention that 94% of the disputes that we have resolved have been resolved successfully. That means both the customer and the bank or whichever financial institution agreed, signed a settlement agreement, and they have complied, or they are complying with whatever the outcome was. And so I would say Tatua has been quite successful. The other 6%, they are either pending or the matters had a fraud element. It's difficult to resolve matters, especially where fraud is involved, because police get involved and things, it can take a long time to resolve such matters. In terms of an example of a dispute, I will give a dispute where a financial institution had helped a customer to import medical equipment. And so the medical equipment came from China and was at the port of Mombasa, but there was a dispute in terms of who was to pay the tax. What is it called?
Or clearing charges?
Clearing charges. I think that had not been very clear. And so the medical equipment remained at the port for quite a while, and it was worth over 100 million. And so by the time the dispute came to Tatua, the customer and the bank were able to sit down, because the customer was very frustrated because already the equipment was incurring damage, and so there were also other now expenses to be paid. But there was an amicable resolution to that dispute. Both the customer and the bank were happy, and the customer was able to have her loan restructured, and she was able now to pay the bank, and she's still paying even today. So that is just one example. We have many, and especially very sad ones at times.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can give Hannah a clap for helping resolve that one and the 200 cases per year. Thank you for that. Now I think I'll ask Mark if he could lead out on the Q&A so that we see whether there's anything we can unearth.
Mr. Jared, as she said, there's plenty more disputes that resolved amicably. It sounded like there's an NDA to those plenty more. And many people wanted to hear that. So feel free to ask her to expound on any individual resolutions she's come up with and how she can even come in to help your particular organization or bank that you'd want to find a way of working it out of court, perhaps. It doesn't have to be the acrimonious way, as you were saying, Bwana Jared. I see a question back there. Let me head on to you. And please raise your hand so we can locate you and bring a mic to you. I see another one there. So if Daniel is in the building, he's been very helpful earlier today. Please locate a mic from the panel to the gentleman who has raised a hand up there. He's right next to you, so just come and get one mic here as I get this one to this gentleman. So your name, who you represent, and swali lako.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Habari ya jioni. Mko salama eh? Natumai hatujalala. Tunasikiza kile tunaambiwa. Is a very important subject ya pesa na vile Central Bank inalinda pesa zetu. My name is Joseph Mushero. I represent MCSK, Music Copyright Society of Kenya. I think many people know it because they have come maybe in your doors demanding to license the sound. Okay. My question goes to somebody called David. Nilisikia ndio natoka Central Bank. Na ningependa David mahali huko, please pick up a piece of paper and write down this sensitive information about money and things to do with accounts. Kuna swali niko nayo. Mimi kama vile nimesema nimetoka kwenye chama cha wanamuziki. My songs are in Safaricom digital platform and I'm being paid skiza money. Mnasikianga hizo nyimbo zinapika kwenye simu. Na tunalipangwa na system inaitwa wallet. So money comes in your phone in a wallet form. Then there are digits you enter to withdraw your money from wallet to M-Pesa, or you can transfer to your bank account. Now, there is this issue ambao ningependa these people of insurance and the money control in the accounts waangalie sana kuhusu insurance, kuhusu wallet issue. Kwa sababu kama hii tunatumiwa na Expedia management, hizo pesa ya skiza every month, inaweza ingia kwa nini simu yako, lakini kama huna airtime, you cannot withdraw that money. So at times unakuta nimewekewa ngiri 5, nimewekewa ngiri 10, hata naambia mtu wa M-Pesa, hii pesa iko hapa, we niwekee tu airtime, nikitoa ndakulipa. You get stuck na money iko ndani. Sasa nauliza, if this company is making profit from selling my skiza, why should I again, when I want to withdraw the same money they have sent me, I have to incur another cost? That's number one. Number two, nimesikia unasemekana uko ndani ya Central Bank. Ushike hii very sensitively. Unaongea mambo ya accounts. Katika betting, wale wanafanya betting katika online ama kwa cyber cave ama wapi, accounts zao they are tied on their phone numbers. Recently, Karauri ambaye sasa amechaguliwa ni mbunge na ndio one of the shareholders of SportsPesa alisema, I have more than 5 million subscribers wale wanacheza michezo ya mpira na ingine online. He rakes in hundreds of billions. Betting industry is a multi-billion industry na sijui kama Central Bank inaangalia. Now the issue of account katika betting is tied to somebody's phone number. Sasa nauliza, how does the government benefit from this system of the account online, and how do they track transaction, and how do they get taxation? So Bwana David, ushike hiyo very serious, na ikiwezekana nikuambie liars with the betting industry na wale wanaitwa betting control, maana kuna kitu kinafichwa na serikali haijui mabilioni ya pesa inapotelea wapi. Tafadhali. Joseph Musheru.
Joseph, thank you very much. And I believe you were directing it to the CBK person, that is Daniel Mwema. He represents MCSK. Let us also keep it within the context of the conversation because it is going to be easy to tear onto other territory, but nashukuru kwamba haujamshika MC wetu, DJ wetu hapa Chantel amecheza mziki na haujatucharge. Asante Joseph, you've been very kind. So welcome to the conference. But Daniel, if you may, whatever you are able to within the context of this conference, you can respond to that, as well as, let me take another question, but I'll allow Daniel to respond to that so we can get clear from that and then carry on from here.
My name is Caroline Mutungi.
Caroline will carry on after this question is. I just want to get that one out of the way. And Caroline, I'm here with you. You're next.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, the chair of music copyright. Now, good questions though, but possibly to the wrong person. Because the payment for withdrawal for money that possibly you are paid from your Skiza tune, that would be under the purview of possibly Communication Authority of Kenya. And we as a central bank, we don't have sight of that. Neither do we have any control of what they may levy. The other one on betting and tying the accounts, the betting accounts, to phone numbers. Again, we do not have purview of this. This could be best handled by the Betting Control Licensing Board and possibly the MNOs, the mobile network services providers. So
thank you, Daniel. You've addressed it well, and that's the reason why I'm right behind you. That's why you can't see me. The reason why I wanted you to clarify that first is because I felt it didn't quite capture the context of this conversation and why we're here. But since he directed it to CBK, and since we're having a candid conversation, it's good that we respond to it and we keep it within the context of what we are discussing over these 2 days. Now, Caroline, over to you.
My name is Caroline Mutungi. I work for KDIC. My question goes to Tatua Center. In our cases, resolution agency, we come across customers who defaulted even before the bank failed. And obviously, those customers are listed in the CRB. And obviously, sometimes they don't come back to us to settle the debt as soon as the bank fails. So in essence, it means your data might stay in the CRB for more than 7 years. My question is there a way we can support a system where you stay there forever? And if not forever, even though you are likely to go to court and argue that the matter has gone past the period that we can reclaim a debt, how are we protected? How do we make sure people don't take advantage of the law and they end up running away with money for depositors? And when they come to you, is there a way we can avoid fearing and dropping them from CRB and enforce it in the law?
Hannah, would you like to respond to that so we don't lose any of the questions, and then we'll carry on where Daniel is, and I'll come to you.
That's okay, Mark. Thank you. In terms of customers who defaulted before and they're already at the bureau, the CRB regulations provide that negative information will remain at the CRB for a period of 7 years upon or after the date of settlement. So that means if there is no settlement, that account or the name will remain at the CRB forever. So that is already provided for in the law. And so if a customer fails to pay completely, they will be in the bureau forever, so to speak. Then In terms of suing after the statutory period, that is applies where there is a contract and there is no action taken for the period provided. But where you have been calling this customer, you have been sending them letters, you have been communicating to them, when does the statutory period stop? When does it start running? So you cannot go to court and argue that KDIC is suing you outside the statutory period if they have been calling you and they have been writing you letters and they have been looking for you. But just as an addition to that, I know CRBs do provide something called skip tracing, where they're able to skip trace for you a customer who is missing. They do offer that as a service. And so I would ask you to try and talk to any of the CRBs that does skip tracing. It is very useful in helping you trace these customers where they have gone missing. I hope I have answered your question.
She nods, yes. And over to you, Daniel, and then we'll be here. Long press till it turns green.
Thank you very much, panelists, for such a useful and insightful presentations. I've listened very carefully. Mine are just a few concerns. My name is Peter Kitonyo. I work for the KDIC. The first one follows what Caroline has just asked about the CRB. I will just go directly and ask, is there a possibility of a defaulter being listed in one of the CRBs and not the others? Because I know these CRBs are in business, and it's very possible some could have rich data, others may not have. So kindly speak to that. The second question relates to the issue of bank supervision. I've listened very carefully to Daniel, my colleague at the CBK, painting a very good picture of the bank supervision. So I'm just wondering, of course, over the time, we have done the best we can. There are some instances where we can cite challenges in bank supervision failure, which can actually lead to a bank failure. And possibly, how do we go about that? And then finally, we have been talking about financial innovations. The Equity Bank story is one hell of a big, innovation story. We talk of M-Pesa and the rest of them. But I want to zero in on one particular aspect whereby the financial, the banks are taking up additional responsibilities like the bank assurance. Now, of course, the central bank gentleman, Daniel, has spoken to how they coordinate and cooperate with the rest of IRI. But I'm just wondering, in the event we have a bank which was involved in bank assurance business, what are the challenges of resolving such a bank? And what are the thoughts around there? And what lessons can be informed out of that to inform bank resolution going forward? Thank you.
So would we like to address that? Maybe start with Hannah, then to Daniel, and the question on innovation.
Thank you for that question. Yes, there is a possibility of one customer being listed in one bureau and missing in the other two bureaus. And I want to explain that. The law requires banks and microfinance banks to list all their customers with the 3 bureaus. However, there are what the law calls third-party credit information providers. Those are institutions that are not required by law to list customers with the CRBs. However, they are allowed to with approval from the central bank. So that institution may choose to list their customers with the bureau that perhaps went to educate them and to tell them about listing and how it is beneficial to them. And so if Bureau A happens to be the one sort of recruiting that institution in the CRB mechanism, it is likely that that institution will share data with that bureau, and that is possible. However, The CRB regulations 2020 require, I know you know that there is a challenge with the regulations right now, the 2020 version, but it clearly states that every third-party credit information provider must also share data with the 3 CRBs. That was meant to cure that challenge, and we are hoping that soon we will be back to the 2020 regulations, because that is ideally what should happen. And I always tell institutions that it is to their benefit that they share with all 3 bureaus, because a customer will go and look for a loan at a certain bank. If your information is only with one bureau and that particular bank that has been approached by this customer only checks with this other bureau, they will not find your information there, information about default of your customer. And so they may proceed and advance a loan to this customer without the full view of the fact that this customer owes money elsewhere. And so that is the best practice, that every credit provider lists with all the 3 CRBs, and I am hoping that we will be back there soon when the challenge around CRB regulations 2020 is resolved. Thank you.
I believe there was a question on innovation. Maybe Bwana Jared, you could address that, or maybe it was a remark. But if you feel that it has been well addressed, you can just show me thumbs up to tuendelee.
I think that the question started off as a financial innovation question, then it evolved into a bank assurance, and then I think he wanted assurance that these innovations do not hinder bank resolution. Did I get it right, Peter? But I know there are 2 questions pending from Peter. One is on the potential weaknesses in banking supervision as a cause for some of the challenges we face. And then this one about financial innovation seemed to evolve. If you could now explain.
Yeah,
it.
on the financial innovation, basically I'm interested in the event a bank is involved in bank assurance, particularly, for example, just as a way of illustrating, what are the likely challenges in solving such a bank when it is found to be in problems?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's hear Daniel on potential challenges in banking supervision, and then we can finish up with the innovations.
Thank you, Peter. I think I'll go for both.
Okay,
no problem.
please.
I'll try to do that.
Yeah.
The first one is around question around weaknesses in bank supervision that may result into bank failure or cause. Well, what there is that as a regulator, CBK has a framework for supervising and regulating banks. This framework is backed by the law, the Banking Act, the Central Bank Act, several regulations, and also international best practices. There is a formal way through which bank supervision is done, and it's followed to the letter. And before a bank fails, you may find that it has gone through a process of review and advice, and also recommendations. And maybe it has been unable, due to the nature of its challenges, it has not been able to get resolved, and inevitably, then it has to be allowed to exit the market. So, given that there is a set framework and that a regulator may not micromanage an institution, the responsibility of the regulator is to ensure there is compliance, there is best practice, there is prudential running of the institution, then it's a bit challenging to assign any responsibility of failure to the regulator. Now, on innovation, and for example, in the event there is a challenge in a bank and it has other subsidiaries like bank assurance, you realize that banking business is defined, and there are limitations that are being placed on what a bank can engage with. For example, if a bank engages in bank assurance, it would have been allowed under a guideline on incidental business activities. And you realize that that activity will not impact on the capital of the bank, nor its operations. So a bank will not be allowed to undertake activities that may put the mainline business of banking under any risk. And in the event it fails, the bank fails, then that business can actually be hived out, and it is an asset that can be realized through KDIC to the benefit of the depositors. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like just to add to the first question around banking supervision, not necessarily speaking to the Kenyan environment, but again, I will speak to the Kenyan environment on one aspect. But it is true that in some markets, when the IMF and the World Bank review the quality of banking supervision, because you asked a general question about whether banking supervision failures or weaknesses can constitute a cause for bank failures. In general, globally, yes, there have been very many markets where banking supervision has there has been an attribution of bank failures to weaknesses. And that's why banking supervision procedures are revised, and in fact some tools are recommended a lot. For example, the SupTech and the RegTech tools that are recommended for bank supervisors. In some markets, it's been a clear cause of failure. Then associated also when you find a lot of bank failures in a short span of time, some element of responsibility is shared between regulators and certain market players, especially when we blame failures on corporate governance and on management. There is sometimes an attribution to laxity on the part of regulators, not necessarily, I'm not now referring to our market, but it does happen that there is a shared responsibility in some cases. I think we will, unless there's another round of questions, we can...
There's a question right here. It's right behind you. Sorry, you could go ahead, but she'll be next. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My question has to go to David. He talked about how when the KDIC comes in, one of the ways to get a client from one of the institutions that now they're trying to resolve is to list them on the Credit Reference Bureau. I wanted to find out how effective is it going to be in the long run, especially now that we have the risk-based pricing model for giving loans, where a bank now is also we are warming up to also the people who are listed, because we can charge them a higher interest rate than the normal people. And there's this thing, there's a joke that goes around that Kenyans are generally never afraid of anything other than battery about to die,
You can respond to that first, and then we have a question right behind you.
Thank you for that question. If I got you right, you're asking the effectiveness of CLB in loan recovery. One, the risk appetite for an institution varies from one to the other. But when we risk you, it means that that bank is taking a higher risk on you. You'll do risk premium pricing. But remember, KDIC has also another mandate of risk minimization. So when your assets, when we are rating you, we also look at the quality of your assets. So the higher your risk is assessed by KDIC, the annual premiums that Gerard talked about will also go high. So you may give that customer a loan, but at a higher premium, but also on the other hand, you end up paying a higher premium to us, because chances are this person will default, because there is willingness and there is ability to pay. Majority of the people who are listed in CLB and don't make attempts to correct that position is that there is no willingness to pay. and if there was no willingness in paying in bank A, there will be no willingness to pay in bank B. So at the end of it, we would appeal that do this premium pricing, but also look at the character of the person you are ready to. Because if you don't look to that, the premiums that you'll end up paying to us will also be high. So along the way, we will still catch up with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gerard and your team, for very insightful thoughts this afternoon. Mine is not actually a question. It would have been only if Mr. Jared, you would not have stopped David on his way when he wanted to tell us more about what happens when a client goes to the bank and it is only up to 500,000 shillings they're entitled to. And therefore, my question was coming around the need for information and how much this information is to the rightful person we are addressing in this room. Because KDIC, the way it's structured, and if what I've been listening to and hearing is about they are the client's protector, depositors protector, and therefore, before it gets to where it is, what are the efforts that are in place to help this client understand these processes that when we are saying the bank is going down, you know, Kenyan way, the way we understand it, bank inaanguka, instead of causing this unnecessary panic and so on and so forth, have we given these clients that information and what that information means, so that by the time that alarm button is going off at 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning, these people are not also in panic mode? Why I'm saying that, I'm looking at, for example, what we heard yesterday, the program that, the training program for the bankers, the microfinance banks and the commercial banks. And I'm just wondering, how can we have a platform in which we can have clients' financial education program set up in a way that is accessible to these clients, so that when you want to know about KDIC, wherever they are doing their businesses, they're in the markets, and somebody can be able to access this information, listen to what they are saying, so that when David was saying, when a bank goes down, that does not mean that if I had a loan with with that bank, that now I've been, you know, it has been written off, I'm required to pay. How much of this information do I know as a client? A client like the lady we had here yesterday, somebody who actually is all about her businesses, and they know that I put my money in the bank and it is safe and I should have it when I need it. So my question is about how also can we collaborate? How can KDIC work with the stakeholders in this sector? There are some programs which are actually client-based in terms of financial education, so that this is a program where we can have it incorporated into this, because we are talking about financial education. How much do they know of their rights when such a things happen? Thank you so much.
So I believe that's David's table, or
before he does, I should apologize if I if I frustrated the communication of a point. I didn't think he was on what she's talking about now. Anyhow, this is about financial literacy and awareness about obligations. I guess that's the question, that the obligation does not cease. Perhaps you can pick it up from there.
Thank you for that question and also feedback. I'll start by looking at it. We also have what we call public awareness objective. And what we are doing today is part of that. We are trying to achieve that. Two, those who were here yesterday, we launched the financial literacy program. And we did say that is a pilot. We look for a mechanism of reaching out to all the other parties in the ecosystem to make them aware. So we'll enhance that platform, ensure that then we are able to share as much information as possible. Three, we have also mapped out critical stakeholders who can help us dispense this information. It's not only commercial banks, there are other stakeholders in the ecosystem that we have mapped out, and we are engaging them to ensure them that this information we are sharing here, we also use their forums and also use them to facilitate the knowledge management. And more importantly is also we are using our social platforms, the social media, and we are even going to a step further and also use the mobile phones. The only challenge we have is that most of these institutions, when they collapsed, like the issue of mobile phones was not there. So you have minimal data, but we are engaging in a way to ensure that then we keep on updating this information so that we can dispense. So that even we are telling a data that you need to pay, we can use that and tell them because these are your obligations. We reach out to a depositor and tell them you have been paid your 500,000, but that's not the end of the day. That's not the end of the journey. You'll still get more. Keep on checking out. So the critical thing is the platform we have, stakeholders mapping, and also the general public awareness, like what we are doing today. So it is a journey, and we are sure that we have a commitment to improve our level of awareness to a certain percentage in this planning period. And maybe you'll see more of us, not only in Nairobi, but also in other critical centers of this country where these depositors are domiciled and even these borrowers. Then that with them, we'll be able to achieve that. But more importantly, wewe umesikia leo, enda uambie, ndio tusaidiane. Asante.
I think it'll be fair to just have two more. There's a lady over there. She'll ask a question, and a gentleman here because of time, and we can conclude.
Thank you, and maybe just to appreciate our panelists for the thought-provoking discussion. Thank you so much. My question goes to Anna. You've mentioned about the mediation, and remember what KDIC does is it's a contested recovery. And on that basis, at one point, KDIC is a participant who is interested in this property, and also there's the debtor who is contesting the recovery of the particular property. So as KDIC, and from your best practice, what you've seen out there, do we need a tattoo center? Or because you cannot be a judge in your own case, you cannot bring these people and try to mediate with them. If, as KDIC, if you want to set a best practice for mediation because of its the amicable solution and that it's fast, other than subjecting ourselves to the court annexed mediation, how best can we do this specifically for mediation? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. In mediation, we have a mediator who is independent. And so, as you say, KDIC cannot mediate its own disputes. So you need a neutral third party, and that is where Tatua Center comes in. So if you're able to inform the customer that in this process we have this escalation process, that you will come, we will negotiate with you. If the negotiations fail, you are free to approach ADR providers like Tatua Center, I know there are more. Then that customer is aware that there is an independent party to whom this dispute can be referred to. And if the dispute ends up at Tatua Center, now Tatua Center will be the independent third party that will be able to facilitate discussions between KDIC and the customer, and whatever the outcome, that is reduced to a settlement agreement. If there is an agreement, it is reduced into writing, and both parties sign that agreement. If that matter was in court, that is an agreement that the courts are able to adopt as the judgment of the court. And the mediators at Tatua Center are all accredited by the judiciary, and so for that reason, our settlement agreements are usually adopted by the judiciary and enforced at that point.
Just to add one point, that independence is a key tenet in successful mediation. And for one to be perceived to be really independent, they must not be affiliated to one of the parties. It's a critical tenet.
Okay, thank you. From my end, I have two questions. The first is on, we understand KDIC is not, it's My name is Dennis Nderito from Caritas Microfinance Bank. We understand it's not your forte to do the collections and maybe the data underwriting. Now, upon receivership, have you considered to be able to sell off that a loan book from a commercial bank to reduce the amount of time the depositors have to wait? Classic example is whatever happened with Chase Bank SBM 7525. Can you be able to also, the other banks that have been undergoing liquidation, have you considered that framework that you can be able to sell off that loan book? Then there's the question I asked in the morning that is still gray. When it comes to the fund has taken quite a bit of time before you could say that you can comfortably insure 500,000. Has KDIC also considered a way that you can be able to reinsure to accelerate the amount that you can be able to insure, such that in case of any liquidation or receivership, you can insure more to the depositors?
Thank you. For the first question on debt recovery, in an area discussion, I did say that we have developed a debt factoring guideline that we use. And it is true, even now we have commercial banks that come to us and take over some loans. So that is already a mechanism in place. On the second question, there are two things you need to look at. There is what we call public policy objective and moral hazard. 500 was based on a research that when you have covered 500, you are covering 99% of the depositors. We call them small vulnerable and those who are not sophisticated. These are people who opened a bank because they needed either to save or for it was the most convenient. So the other one, if you insure to increase that limit, you can encourage what we call moral hazard. What does it mean? A depositor will not care where their money is because there is someone who have been insured more and I start not to lose. So this issue of deposit insurance, one, helps to achieve financial stability, but also to ensure that we don't encourage that recklessness. Because if you look, where does a bank collapse? My colleague here, Daniel, said the biggest problem is corporate governance. So the people, when you are putting money in a bank as a depositor, what do you look at? So if the limit of coverage is so high, then it means you don't care where you put your money. So we also need to be arrived that deposit insurance also does not substitute that issue of you ensuring that your money is safe in a bank and does not encourage moral hazard. But more importantly is that what we are saying going forward, we don't envision banks collapsing or closing banks. We'll be able to resolve banks when they are still operational. So the era of closing banks may not be there, as Daniel said. You get solutions when the bank are alive, where we have solutions where we call a resolution wicked, where you have a bank having a charge, the charges are identified early, addressed, you close today, when you wake up on Monday, another bank is operating. And you have seen even in this market, some of the banks that have charges have not been closed, but have been either acquired and they are fully operational. So going forward, the comfort we want to give depositors is that we don't envision operating the way the 90s it was. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for very, very interesting conversations arising from your questions. Thank you, panelists, for being very, very succinct in answering the questions. I think this conversation is all about financial sector stability. Looking at the three players in this panel, they are contributing from different angles to the stability of our financial system, so that there is credibility arising from the ease with which you can raise your complaints and have them resolved. There is the contribution of ensuring that institutions are running smoothly, and then there is the contribution that if there should be any weakness, it is dealt with early, and if it progresses, the depositor is protected and need not be unduly disadvantaged. So this is all about taking care of our depositors And we want to thank you all for participating so effectively. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to Mr. Jared Getenga, who has been in charge of this panel where we have finished strong. And I'd like to also acknowledge his genius in including Hannah Ndarwa from Tatua Center. We've heard all the questions and participation from people, a lot of interest there. I'm sure people will come to ask you in camera for some more details. David, another question will come to you in camera in terms of the resolutions, but a great job in the moderation and gripping discussion. As you have seen, we've gone more than almost actually an hour from what we anticipated, but we did start late. So we'd like to thank you. We'll like to capture this moment. If you could stand, please, the whole panel, just to appreciate you, capture this moment. You want them to stand, to step forward. Just step forward. Mbele hizo meza. Yes, so we can capture this. And to Bwana Daniel, smile tu kidogo, najua CBK, smile tu kidogo, kidogo tu. Thank you so much, Bwana Daniel Mugwima, CBK, Jared Getenga, our captain for this conversation from CIS Kenya, David Irungu representing KDIC, as well as the addition and the wisdom of the captain to have Hannah Ndarwa for this conversation. It was very, very, very illuminating. And thank you to all that participated by virtue of question. And as we have done with all the other panels, there's a gift for everyone. And so, yes, we also want to capture this. Thank you, Jackie and team, for facilitating that. We'll start with the facilitator of the conversation, Mr. Jared mwenyewe, utapokea yako. Everyone gets something. Everyone gets something. Yes. Angalia kamera uko kule mbele. Let's capture that moment. Yes. David, unajua wewe ni mmoja wa KDIC, so unaweza, yes, unapea Hana the opportunity achukue picha kwanza. So umedonate yako. No, there's something for all the panelists for their participation, preparation for this conversations, as well as response to the questions that have been leveled to them. So thank you so much, Hannah, actually, for coming in, even though that wasn't the plan initially. We have seen how it has been of benefit. Bwana Daniel Mugwima, hiyo ni yako. Unaweza ongea na David, anaweza kupea yake. Upea mtu mwingine, maybe alikuwa ofisini. Asante, asante. Bwana David, you have to take yours for accountability's sake. We're all about accountability. Lazima upokee yako. Thank you, Jackie, as well for that. And now I'd also like to, as they assume their seats and head back to where they have been seated throughout, I'd like to call on to Joseph Ngetich. He is a board member. Joseph Ngetich, anaweza to join hapa. It's just closing remarks as well as a vote of thanks to thank those who have been here. I mean, we have full room this for a 2-day conference. This is the middle of the week, so we appreciate. These are people who have busy schedules, and also the chairperson, the board directors, the CEO for staying here with us the whole day for the 2 days. Asanteni sana. So I'll hand it to you for closing remarks and vote of thanks. A hand to him, please.
Board members, led by Ms. Hannah Mureithi, the management team, led by Helen Chipkwony, the CEOs who are present from our member institutions, our representatives, the regional partners who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My task is very simple. Vote of thanks is specific and to the point. First, I'm going to mention the agenda or the objective that were meant for this day, and I want to believe they are actually achieved. One of it was information sharing, which I want to believe that we have achieved. We have shared information. 2, we were to empower our depositors. Share that information and give empowerment to the depositors. And I want today, because we are all depositors in our own rights, I want to believe that we have been empowered. Thirdly, we talked about risk minimization. We have been taken through. how to go about risk minimization, and I want to believe that even as member institutions, we now understand how we go about our risk and how we'll minimize, and even as depositors, then we also have information on how to manage our risks. In closing remarks, as we come to the end of this, I want to recognize the ministry, that is Ministry of Treasury, National Treasury, for their valuable time they spent with us. It's our key ministry where we report as KDIC, and their participation yesterday, we want to recognize them, and even sharing the information, giving us opportunity to have this conference, supporting us in various ways. We recognize them through the PS, Dr. Chris Kipto, who came yesterday. We also want to thank the Central Bank Deputy Governor, Susan Koech, for the information she gave us, because she shared a lot of information. And I believe we actually gained and picked some of those information for our use in our member institutions. I also want to recognize in a special way the member institutions, all the banks, all the microfinance institutions, because without you, maybe for us as KDIC, we will not be standing here today, because it is through you that we are here. So we want to recognize you for your presence, coming in and listening to us and sharing the information. I also want to recognize our continental partners. We have representatives from Senegal, from Ghana, from Namibia, and we had even a panelist from Morocco. And we want to say thank you for sparing time from your countries and joining us in this special day. Pass our regards when you go back to your countries, that we really and deeply appreciate. We want to recognize our depositors, each and every one of us. Because as KDIC, we deal with the depositors, and as David puts it, our agenda is not to be dealing with the depositor at the end. We want to manage the depositors and ensure that their deposits are safe. So we want to recognize you for coming and listening to us and gaining the knowledge that we have shared today. I also want to recognize the panelists in a special way. The insight that they have given us for the 2 days, the panelists of yesterday, the whole day today, we say thank you for the knowledge sharing that you have shared with us. I also want to recognize the Fourth Estate and to give special thanks to Mark Masai, our MC. And all the other team of the media for covering this occasion. And we want to say thank you very much. And we ask you to continue being our partners in letting the depositors know what we do and what we can share with them. I also want to thank the KICC management for allowing us to use this space. It has been a good place to come in and actually share this knowledge. So we say thank you to KICC. Sometimes we say we are paid for, but you see, paying and getting a good place are two different things. So we say thank you to KICC. Special thanks goes to KDIC staff who have worked tirelessly for the last almost 6 to 8 months, round the clock, to make this occasion a success. We say thank you very much, the KDIC staff. And as I finish, I want to wish each and every one of you safe journey. May God bless you, and may you share the information that we gained today. Thank you very much.
And I'd like to thank Joseph Ngetich, the member of the board, for the vote of thanks, and also for throwing my name in there. It's been a pleasure for me to be part of this, being the inaugural Depositors Insurance Conference that will be now an annual feature. Huyo ni mtu amesign in kwa WhatsApp. Mwambie tumemaliza, tunaenda saizi kunywa chai, tunakuja nyumbani. I'd like to appreciate you for your participation, your attention, your good feedback, and I'm sure a lot of this will go into informing the second edition of this, which will be next year, Majaliwa. And I'd like to thank the leadership of the chairperson, Mrs. Hannah, the CEO, the directors who've been here to support this, all the participants in the panel. As you have seen, it has been useful to everyone who has responded with questions and comments as we continued. And the conversation has also been online. There were people who were joining in online and were following this conversation. It was being live streamed, and I'd like to thank the team from Elite Sound that were making this possible, and also the team from BSD that put the concept together. You've heard this has been months in the works, and thank you for those behind the scenes who made this all look neat and tidy, as well as Belva team that has kept us at the top 5 in terms of trends. Number 3, number 4 today. Save kwa bank ilikuwa hashtag na KDIC Kenya ilikuwa hashtag. Mkiangalia kwenye Twitter, mtaona you are trending. And for us to have a conversation here, we also need to include those who are on the digital space. You did hear from Yetao Boro's session that a lot is changing in the conversation, and the digital space has to be included. And I'd like to also just rehash the sessions that we have had covering role of deposit insurance and financial stability, as well as that on crisis preparedness and management in the financial sector, e-money and banking in the 21st century, cooperation and collaboration for prompt bank resolution has all been worth the while in putting together, and I appreciate the effort for this for those in the banking sector, those in the microfinance bank sector, and all other stakeholders, that is depositors. Tunawashukuru nyote. And now I'd like us all to stand up for a form of prayer in the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. As well, just a reminder, we are now headed for tea and refreshments right at where we had it at around 11 o'clock, as you network and leave at will, because there's no need to hurry up and wait in traffic. So take your time, just network, exchange the contacts that you need to enjoy, and I'm sure we've all gotten some giveaways to go home with and prove that we have been participants of the KDIC Depositors Insurance Conference 2023, the inaugural, and now what will be an annual function. And to the success, we thank you all. My name is Mark Masai, your massive ceremony and moderator. It was my pleasure. Have yourselves a good evening. DJ.